It was deep in the heart of December 1978, and a biting cold front had settled over New York in a way that gripped the city with its icy breath, drawing every traveller and airport worker into a hunched posture of hurried steps and murmured curses against a wind so merciless it felt like shards of broken glass slicing through the skin. Out near the cargo terminals at John F. Kennedy International Airport, the darkness stretched wide, illuminated only by the rigid glow of overhead floodlights and the occasional passing headlights of maintenance vehicles. Snow blanketed the tarmac in patchy drifts, clinging to the edges of loading bays and swirling along chain-link fences that stood watch over the airport's more restricted zones. Beneath this shadowy hush, the Lufthansa cargo building towered in its own sphere of blackness, a place of perpetual motion by day, but eerily still in those late hours of the night. The great steel doors groaned whenever a pallet of goods needed to be moved in or out. But on this particular evening, there were only a few staff on duty, shuffling around, waiting for the last shifts to end, unsuspecting of what was about to unfold. They had no inkling of the violence, precision, and raw nerve about to be inflicted upon them by a band of masked intruders who moved through the night like phantoms, their breaths clouding in the freezing air, their hearts pounding with the cold resolve of men who had staked their lives on the success of this operation. Inside that cargo building, the overhead fluorescent lights hummed and flickered, creating an otherworldly glow across the floors. Rows of cardboard boxes, metal containers, and sealed crates stood in neat lines, all carefully labelled with barcodes and shipping details, waiting to be whisked off to some distant place or just returned from overseas. Boredom and tedium often mark the overnight shifts, leaving the few workers who roamed the facility trying to keep themselves awake with coffee and casual chatter. On any given night, a security guard might make his rounds, checking that the locks were secure and that no unauthorized personnel had wandered into the loading areas. Yet there was something about this specific night, or perhaps in the hearts of those who were about to invade it, that seemed to whisper the promise of an event no one would ever forget. Even the slightest scuff of footsteps on the polished concrete might have taken on new significance had anyone been truly alert. But the routine had settled in, the monotony had become reflex. And that was precisely the advantage the gang needed. A lull in vigilance, a sense of complacency among employees who did not suspect that their quiet domain would soon be shattered by one of the most audacious robberies in New York history. Some would later say the first clue was the faint crunch of tires on the icy service road behind the cargo facility, though at the time it seemed like any other movement on the airport grounds. But the shape that cut through the swirling snow was not a typical delivery truck or an official airport van. It was a suspicious presence, a dark vehicle moving slowly, lights dimmed as though not wanting to attract attention. Within it rode several men, each prepared with an unflinching readiness and a willingness to risk everything if it meant the payoff they had been promised. They had spent weeks, if not months, scrutinizing the workings of the cargo area, memorizing guard schedules, door locks, and the labyrinth of corridors that led to where the valuables were secured. Some inside knowledge, no one on the staff could be certain exactly how, had guided them to this point, the precise window of time when the building's defenses would be at their weakest, and the exact location of certain shipments rumoured to be stacked with a fortune in untraceable cash, jewels, and untold valuables. In the driver's seats of the clandestine vehicles, gloved hands clutched steering wheels with a tense mixture of fear and adrenaline, while in the back seats, other men readied their weapons, cleared their throats, maybe said a private prayer. A job of this scale could not be carried out without more than just skill. It required a sort of reckless nerve, a faith in one's plan and crew, and a willingness to embrace the possibility that one might never see daylight again if anything went awry. Quietly, they brought the vehicles to a halt in a dark, secluded spot where the glare of overhead lights was minimal. Then, one by one, they exited into the cold, their boots sinking into slushy snow as they tightened the scarves and masks around their faces, testing the firmness of their grip on each pistol and each duffel bag they carried. They didn't speak much, relying instead on signals and curt nods, for they all knew the simplest noise in the stillness could betray them. Tension coursed through the group like an electric current, humming at a level both thrilling and terrifying, but their planning had been exhaustive. Swiftly, they approached a side entrance with the cool assurance of men who believed they were unstoppable. The distant roar of a taxiing plane offered a backdrop of sound, yet it did not mask the urgency of their steps as they hurried across a narrow strip of tarmac to reach the employee door. One of them, a figure tall and broad-shouldered beneath a dark winter coat, produced a key, quite possibly forged or stolen through inside contacts, and with a practiced turn, they gained quiet entry. They poured in, 7 or 8 strong, each man clad in dark clothing and concealing his face. A hush fell among them, an almost ritualistic reverence for the moment of crossing the threshold where audacity would become real. Inside, the long hallway was bathed in a dim glow, a dull reflection off white cinder-block walls. Distant hums of machinery echoed from rooms where cargo was processed, along with the faint voices of employees finishing their shift. The intruders advanced, dividing in pairs or trios, fanning out to cover the corridors that led to the main loading area and the lounge where a few employees might be taking a quick break. Every second counted, and each step was measured and purposeful. Their hearts pounded fiercely enough to pulsate in their ears, but they kept their composure, focusing on the script they had rehearsed in the safety of basements and back rooms. At the first sign of life, an unarmed worker emerging from behind a pallet, one of the masked men pressed a gun gently but firmly into the startled employee's ribs, ushering him away without a sound. The worker's eyes bulged with shock and terror, his breath escaping in a quiet gasp as he was quickly ushered into a corner. Another man brandished a pistol at him, warning him to keep quiet. The fear that spread across the worker's face was enough to confirm that he would not raise an alarm. Within moments, they encountered another employee, then another, each of them equally stunned to find armed strangers appearing from the gloom. The intruders executed their approach swiftly, ordering them to line up, to stay silent, hands raised, eyes lowered. One by one, the workers were disarmed of any semblance of resistance, their key cards and badges taken. They were shepherded toward a small area near the loading docks, forced to lie down or kneel against the wall. Although no shots were fired, the barrels of the guns and the menacing presence of the gang made it clear that compliance was the only choice. The criminals worked with an uncanny coordination, each man fulfilling the role assigned to him, ensuring every corridor, every side room was secured with minimal noise. It was a choreographed overtaking, and for a few moments, the clamour of their footsteps and hushed commands danced over the air with an urgency that sent the hearts of their hostages pounding in terror. Somewhere deeper in the facility, a security guard named Rolf, one of the few who still found reason to stand watch with a measure of diligence, heard faint commotion echoing through a corridor. Initially, it registered as an odd but not necessarily alarming sound. Perhaps a door slammed a bit harder than usual, or an argument among workers feeling the sting of a night shift. But then he caught the distinct undertone of hushed panic in someone's voice, and a sense of dread coursed through him. He clutched his flashlight, stepping cautiously down the hall. Rolf's breath condensed in front of him as he made his way closer to the cargo sorting area, muscles tensed in growing concern. Before he could draw a weapon or even process the sight of silhouettes in the gloom, a figure lunged from the side, pinning his arm behind him and snatching away the radio he had at his belt. He felt the cold metal of a gun pressed to the back of his head, a voice commanding him in hushed but forceful tones to give up his keys and remain silent. The guard's heart thundered in his chest as he obeyed. In that instant, he understood how outmatched and helpless he was against these men who had come prepared for every scenario. Nearby, in a small break room that smelled faintly of stale coffee and cardboard packaging, a woman named Angie, who handled clerical tasks, was wiping down a table, prepared to clock out for the night. She heard footsteps rush by, followed by a strangled cry. Alarmed, she took a step toward the door, only to have it thrown open by a masked intruder who filled the frame, weapon at the ready. The man's harsh directive to get on the floor startled a scream from Angie's lips. He cut her off with a snarl, weapon lifted in threat, and forced her into the hallway with the others. Her eyes darted around in terror, and in that moment she saw the line of her fellow employees corralled under watchful eyes, each of them trembling as they sought to come to terms with what was happening. The masked intruder yanked her arms back roughly, binding them. Though her mind raced with fear and confusion, she dared not resist. Every second seemed suspended in an agonizing tension as the criminals herded her and the others deeper into the building's main cargo area. When they reached the secured sections of the cargo area, the gang had to bypass a series of locked doors and gates that ordinarily required clearance from authorized personnel. But, as if on cue, one of the intruders brandished a stolen key card, swiped it through a card reader, and the door buzzed open. Another door required a code, and again, in orchestrated fashion, the intruders had somehow obtained it. The employees looked on, wide-eyed, as they realized that these were not mere opportunists. Whoever had orchestrated this assault had meticulously planned the infiltration, inside knowledge guiding them with unsettling confidence. Nobody knew how they got it, maybe from bribed insiders or perhaps by other illicit means, but it was clear that nothing about this heist was left to chance. Past these layers of security, they arrived at the heart of the cargo center, where Lufthansa stored some of its most valuable shipments. The temperature was cold, not only from the lack of heating in that part of the facility, but also from the sense of dread that hovered in the air. Rows of steel cages protected pallets of imported goods, and within those cages lay the fabled shipments rumored to hold millions in unmarked currency, jewels, and high-value items. Spotting a forklift in the corner, one of the intruders barked at a terrified employee to operate it, to retrieve a specific crate known to hold the motherlode of money. The stuttered, shaky compliance from the worker was immediate. Fear had twisted his stomach into knots, but he knew his only chance of survival was to do exactly as he was told. Under the watchful eye of a man with a gun to his back, he fired up the forklift, the engine rumbling in the stillness. Then, with trembling precision, he lifted the metal pallet, each second ticking like a thunderous heartbeat, every clang of metal echoing ominously in the wide cargo bay. Other gang members, seizing the opportunity, moved about the facility, using crowbars and bolt cutters to gain access to additional pallets and secure cages. They worked quickly, stashing bags of currency and precious gems into duffel bags. The employees, herded into a corner with their hands bound, could only watch as their workplace was ransacked in a manner so methodical that it almost seemed practiced, as if these intruders had rehearsed every single movement. Boxes were torn open, shipping manifests glanced at and discarded. Bundles of cash, packed in thick bricks, were tossed from one set of hands to another, landing in a growing mountain of illicit fortune. Every so often, a muffled expletive of excitement slipped from one of the masked men's lips when he stumbled upon another stash, the sum of which would have been staggering to any normal onlooker. Yet they could not afford to linger in the throes of greed. Time remained a ruthless enemy, and they all knew the moment of extraction had to be as swift as possible before any alarm might be sounded or any external security discovered their presence. Occasionally, one of the staff, lying with a cheek pressed to the cold concrete, tried to stammer out an appeal, some half-begged plea for mercy, or a frightened explanation that they had spouses or children waiting at home. In response, the intruders simply growled at them to be silent, to keep their eyes to the floor. An atmosphere of muted horror prevailed. No one wanted to provoke these men by resisting, for the threat of sudden violence loomed over every breath. And so the employees complied, forced to witness the bizarre, orchestrated dance of theft. At times, the masked men signaled to each other with gestures, an unspoken language of thieves in the thick of an operation that demanded total unity of purpose. The swirl of snow continued outside, the gusts occasionally hissing against the sheet metal walls, intensifying the sense of isolation within those corridors. In another sector of the building, a smaller side room functioned as a vault where certain high-value goods were stored until they could be transferred to secure trucks. The thieves recognized this as a prime target. Gathering near the heavy door, they forced one of the employees, likely a supervisor or a security manager, to open it. With a quivering hand, the man punched in the combination on the vault's keypad. The beep of each digit struck him like a countdown to his own potential demise. Once inside, the criminals discovered more than they might have hoped for: piles of currency, envelopes rumoured to contain precious stones, expensive watches, and other items that had arrived overseas under tight security. The masked men exchanged silent, gleaming looks as if acknowledging they had stumbled upon a goldmine beyond even their wildest expectations. They set upon the vault's shelves with single-minded intensity, shoving everything of value into the duffel bags while frantically keeping an eye on the time. Their boots squeaked on the cold floor, each noise magnified by the hush of dread that saturated the place. Outside in the corridor, a worker named Bernie had been shoved to his knees near a loading bay door. Blood trickled from a cut on his temple, a result of being slammed roughly against a wall when he tried to show even the mildest hesitation in obeying an order. He glanced fearfully at the men in black, their faces hidden behind scarves and hats, some wearing sunglasses despite the lateness of the hour, perhaps to conceal their eyes. He could hear the roar of distant jet engines, each one a reminder that beyond these walls, life continued normally. Airplanes took off, passengers gathered their luggage, and flight attendants prepared for early morning routes. Yet here, in this isolated cargo building on the airport's grounds, a chilling drama was unfolding. Bernie, straining his eyes, noticed movement as one of the gang stepped briefly out into the swirling snow, perhaps to signal the vehicles waiting beyond. It struck him that all this cunning had been timed to perfection. Somewhere out there, vans or trucks idled, ready to spirit away the fortune being stacked up inside. It was only a matter of minutes, maybe seconds, until the last bag was filled and the final note of currency was claimed. As the operation reached its crescendo, the men began to gather their loaded bags. Some stuffed them into carts, others slung them over shoulders, each carrying more money and jewels than an ordinary person could see in a dozen lifetimes. The tension heightened, for they were deep in the thick of what they had come for. Any minute, an outside security patrol could roll by, or someone might inadvertently discover the infiltration. With hushed but urgent commands, they forced the forklift operator to deliver the last heavy crate to the center of the cargo bay, prying it open to reveal still more currency. A few of them murmured approval, stuffing bundle after bundle into the already overflowing sacks. It was a scene that defied imagination, like some fever dream of a gambler's big break, except that every second rang with the raw reality of danger and violation, a moment that would be etched forever in the minds of its witnesses. Eventually, once they judged they had secured every valuable item they could realistically take, the intruders turned their attention back to the employees. They moved swiftly, tying up the staff's hands and feet with cords, gagging them to ensure no one could scream for help. One robber whispered a threat into the ear of a trembling man in uniform, warning him not to call the authorities too soon if he valued his life. In the hush of that enormous cargo hangar, their footsteps seemed to pound like thunder, echoing off the walls as they dragged the sacks of loot toward the exit from which they had come. Though it had been meticulously planned, it was no less nerve-wracking for them now, knowing they had to make a clean escape. The employees, bound and helpless, could do nothing but watch as the large metal doors hissed open, letting in a gust of frigid air that swept through the building in a final mocking swirl of snow. Shadows flickered across the floor as the gang vanished into the darkness. Outside, the snow on the ground was thicker than when they had first arrived, crunching underfoot as they transferred their haul into the waiting vehicles. One robber stood guard, weapon at the ready, scanning the horizon for any sign of headlights or patrolling officers. Another listened intently for the hum of approaching engines, the strain in his posture betraying the magnitude of what was at stake. The sacks of cash and jewels weighed heavily, but adrenaline fueled their movements, urging them to hurry. Breaths turned to clouds in the air, hearts hammered, and in the background, the occasional roar of an airplane taking off seemed almost a world away. At last, the vehicles were loaded, doors slammed, and engines revved in the quiet gloom of the service road. With only the faint glow of red brake lights to mark their passage, they departed, navigating carefully around the perimeter of the airport, determined to blend into the vast highway network beyond, where countless New York roads sprawled out like the veins of a sleeping giant. By the time anyone realized the scale of what had been taken, they would be long gone. Inside the cargo building, a tense silence reigned. Most of the employees remained exactly where they had been bound, hearts pounding like drum beats in their chests, minds reeling from the shock. Eventually, one of them managed to wriggle loose from his bindings or find some implement with which to saw through the cords. Frantic whispers spread among the staff as they freed each other. Fear turned to confusion, confusion to panic. Lights flickered overhead, revealing the depth of the ransacking. Crates torn apart, boxes strewn about, locks broken, contents stolen. The air was still laced with the smell of gun oil and cold sweat. Nobody yet knew how much had been taken, but they suspected it was monumental. Some began stumbling toward the telephone or the nearest alarm panel, hands shaking from the adrenaline. Others huddled together, sobbing softly at their brush with men who had been prepared to kill if necessary. Anxiety and relief swirled together in a vortex of emotion. They were still alive, but everything they had known about security, about the predictability of their overnight job, had just been shattered. In the not-too-distant horizon, emergency sirens would soon echo across the wintry landscape, and the building's windows would glow with the invasive lights of first responders and investigators. But for these traumatized workers, the immediate terror had passed, And yet, in those thickening moments after the heist, a single question loomed over their thoughts, a question they barely dared to voice. How on earth had such a thing happened here at a major international airport, in a facility that was supposed to be secure? They could see the signs of forced entry or stolen keys, but who had orchestrated it, and how had they gathered such precise intel? Shivering, some employees exchanged hollow glances, knowing that even this horrifying experience would be only the beginning of a saga that would stretch far beyond one frigid night at JFK. For now, however, all they could do was stare into the aftermath, feeling the bitter chill that lingered in the air, even as the warmth of daybreak threatened to bloom beyond the horizon. In the grand scheme, only a few minutes had passed since the intruders first forced their way inside, until the moment they fled with what they believed to be a windfall of unfathomable proportions. But in the hearts of those who had been forced onto the floor at gunpoint, it might as well have been an eternity. With each breath, they replayed the images in their mind, the masks, the glint of weapons, the suffocating fear of not knowing whether they would live another second. That quiet snowbound night had become a crucible, a freezing chamber that tested the limit of their nerves. They had survived, but the facility itself was left violated, its security exposed for the illusion it had been. Over the next few hours, the first law enforcement officers would arrive, scouring the cargo building for clues, dusting for fingerprints, taking hurried statements from the rattled employees whose memories had been seared by fear. The magnitude of the stolen sum would gradually reveal itself. $6 million, maybe more, in cash and jewelry, an amount that made even seasoned investigators' eyes widen. Little would the stunned staff know that this heist, in all its brazen complexity, was just the opening act of a sprawling drama that would soon spill far beyond the airport, entangling an underworld of organized crime and illusions of easy riches. But on that chill December night, in the immediate moment after the trucks fled into the dark, it felt as if time itself had frozen in place, as if the snow swirling past the street lamps outside were no longer the pretty flakes of a holiday season, but the ashes of some looming conflagration drifting through the streets of New York. The staff, free from their bindings but chained to the memory of what they had just endured, began to piece themselves together, picking up phones, alerting the authorities, uncertain whether the robbers might burst back in if they discovered something had been overlooked. Moments stretched in horrifying silence, broken only by the beep of alarms finally being triggered and the babble of panicked calls to superiors who would soon arrive to find the worst security breach in the airport's recent history. The city slept on, largely oblivious, but the seeds of legend were planted in that hush. The Lufthansa Heist, as it would be called, was now etched into the annals of New York's greatest crimes. Some employees lingered near the gaping vault, staring into the emptiness where the cash and valuables had once rested. Others knelt behind scattered boxes, tears freezing on their faces as the raw cold bit into exposed skin. The bravest among them groped for the overhead light switches, flooding the cargo area with a fluorescent harshness that made the reality impossible to ignore. The men with guns were gone, melted away into the darkness, leaving no trace but the chaos and the open crates they had torn apart. Snow that had been tracked in by their boots glistened on the concrete, slowly melting under the indoor heat, forming small puddles that reflected the haunted expressions of those who looked on. And somewhere, out in the twisting lanes that snaked away from the airport, the gang was congratulating themselves, throbbing with adrenaline. none of them yet able to predict the storm of scrutiny and suspicion that would soon descend upon every one of them. Hours later, the morning shift arrived at the cargo centre, greeted not by the routine hum of forklifts and the sleepy banter of weary employees, but by roped-off corridors, the presence of law enforcement, and an atmosphere so tense it felt as though the very air might crack. The staff from the night shift were corralled by detectives, each one giving statements describing the men in as much detail as they could recall through the haze of intimidation and terror. People recounted the colour of their coats, the brandishing of their guns, the flat calm in the intruders' voices. No one could quite capture the exact images of their faces, hidden as they were by masks and glasses, which only deepened the dread that the culprits could be anyone. The entire building was effectively placed under an investigative microscope. Photographers snapped pictures, fingerprint experts dusted surfaces, and the employees were left replaying their nightmares, trying to come to terms with the fact that they had become reluctant participants in one of the greatest robberies the United States had ever seen. Yet, for the moment, no one ventured to guess just how large the circles of conspiracy might stretch, or how the city's underworld would soon be shaken by the scramble to claim a share of the spoils. No one predicted the chain of betrayals, murders, and silent secrets that would leak out over the following months and years. In the pale December light creeping through the cargo doors, the investigators began to tally the missing goods, their eyebrows arching higher with every new figure. Those who had survived the ordeal could only stand by, trembling, muttering incomplete recollections of the lightning-fast incursion. A uniformed officer tried to console Angie as she recounted the moment she was forced to the floor, the muzzle of a gun inches from her face. Another detective asked Rolf how many men he had glimpsed, how they were armed, whether they had foreign accents, or what their eyes looked like. But the story always returned to the same refrain. It all happened so fast, and the men were so practiced. For a moment, the cluster of employees huddled together, trading hushed observations, remembering how the intruders seemed to know exactly where to go, straight to the vault, straight to the high-value pallets, without hesitation. One clerk recalled that the group even had a forklift operator singled out, as if they knew exactly who could run the machine. It was more than a robbery. It felt like a strategic invasion, executed by people who were intimately aware of the building's weaknesses. Whispers and theories fluttered among them. Someone on the inside must have guided them, or maybe it was an entire network. Though they spoke in uncertain tones, the seeds of suspicion were sown, spreading like icy tendrils across the minds of everyone who had been there that night. In the ensuing chaos of the investigation, however, such questions would have to wait. For now, the immediate truth was undeniable. An enormous sum of money, rumoured to be around $6 million or more, had vanished into the snowy darkness, pulled off by men who left no immediate trail beyond the terrified testimonies of bound and gagged workers. Daylight finally spilled across the tarmac, revealing the accumulation of snow that had continued to fall through the pre-dawn hours. Aircraft glinted in the winter sun, taking off and landing as usual, the daily rhythms of the airport continuing despite the tumult behind the scenes. Inside the cargo building, the atmosphere was anything but routine. Managers, officials from Lufthansa, and airport administrators strode back and forth, exchanging clipped words and frantic phone calls, each wave of conversation crashing against the central, immovable fact that the heist was accomplished with shocking efficiency. The hush of disbelief settled over the place, an awareness that they had become the site of a spectacular crime that would soon capture headlines all across the nation. Agents from law enforcement agencies continued to fan out, combing every nook and cranny for evidence, but in that initial aftermath, their search felt almost futile. It was as if the intruders had evaporated into thin air, leaving nothing but open crates and empty vault shelves where fortunes had once been. Meanwhile, those who had been forcibly detained during the raid dispersed with lingering tremors in their limbs, their faces pale, their eyes carrying the distant, haunted look of people who had stared death in the eye. Angie tried to call a loved one, her hand shaking so violently that she dropped the receiver twice. Rolf slumped in a hallway chair, his uniform disheveled, his knuckles bloodied from a scuffle with one of the intruders. A cargo handler named Jack nursed a bruise on his shoulder, the memory of the gun barrel's cold press refusing to fade from his consciousness. Each of them grappled with the same persistent thought. It was a miracle none of them had been killed. The criminals had come in fast and hard, but they had also shown restraint, at least enough not to open fire. In the hush of a reflective moment, one might even wonder whether the thieves felt some sort of twisted mercy for those who did not stand in their way. But such reflections offered little comfort. In their wake, the robbers had left behind a flurry of shattered peace that would scar the minds of these employees for years to come. Outside, as the day progressed, the chain-link fences circled the cargo area like silent witnesses to a crime whose ramifications would be enormous. The wind stirred the snow into tiny cyclones, rustling the plastic wrap on pallets left exposed in the chaos. The crisp winter air carried the faint whiff of jet fuel, a smell so common to the airport that employees seldom noticed it. Yet on this day it mingled with the metallic tang of fear that still clung to every surface. The city, slowly awakening to the morning news, would soon learn of this brazen theft, and in barbershops, diners and subway cars, people would whisper about the staggering sum. Tabloid headlines would cry out in bold print about the cargo hold burglary at JFK, hinting at an inside job, mafia connections and countless conspiracies. But these were still hours away. In the immediate aftermath, only a hush remained, tinged with the frantic activity of an investigation that had yet to scratch the surface of the truth. As shadows began to shorten under the winter sun, the FBI, Port Authority police and local detectives converged, stepping around each other in a swirl of black overcoats and stern faces. Each was determined to uncover leads before the criminals could vanish into the sprawl of New York. The staff, once they had provided statements, were ushered aside, told to wait for further questions or be escorted out if they were no longer needed. The corridor near the cargo bay, once a place of idle chatter, was now lined with murmuring officials, their footsteps echoing in urgent staccato. A pungent odour of coffee and stress filled the air as more and more personnel arrived, marking the beginning of a labyrinthine inquiry that might take years to unravel. Inside one of the smaller offices, a detective with tired eyes asked Angie to recall every detail she could. The colour of the masks, the specifics of each voice, the way the men moved. She tried haltingly to describe the unstoppable composure they displayed, how one of them pointed a weapon at her with an oddly steady hand. Another employee offered a recollection of the vehicles they might have spotted outside earlier in the night, but in the gloom and swirling snow, no one could be certain. The forklift operator, still in shock, recounted how he was forced to load a crate with trembling hands, expecting any moment that a bullet might tear through him if he hesitated. Every story poured into the investigator's ears, painting a portrait of a group so efficient and terrifying that it seemed almost superhuman, yet no one could provide a clear face or a solid lead to anchor the search. While the swirl of detective work spun in place, The resolute and stoic cargo building itself stood as a silent monument to the crime. The deafening quiet in the vault room, broken only by the scuff of police boots, resonated with a kind of eerie finality, as if the walls themselves were still trembling from the intrusion. The occasional beep of a forklift in a distant section of the hangar punctuated the day, echoing like a timid reminder that business was supposed to go on, that shipments still needed processing, that planes still needed loading. Yet the heart of the building, ransacked of its bounty, felt hollowed out, an emptiness that would persist long after the police tape came down. Hours crawled by. Slowly, the employees who could leave began to do so, stepping out into the crisp daylight, heading home to families or to the nearest bar where they might attempt to drown the shaking in their hands with a stiff drink. Whispers floated among them about how such a massive theft would inevitably draw every kind of organized crime rumor, how maybe the mafia had a hand in it, or how it might have ties to underground figures they'd only heard about in hushed gossip. But no one dared speak these theories too loudly, for fear that whoever orchestrated the heist might not be done silencing anyone who talked too much. So they parted ways, trudging through the snow, leaving behind the cargo building where the most audacious burglary they had ever known had just taken place. In the evening gloom of that same winter day, a spectral quiet took hold once the investigators had done all they could for the moment. The building's corridors felt as though they were haunted by the shadows of the intruders who had rushed through them just hours before. An air of tension still clung to every surface, as though the robbery's echo persisted in the hum of the fluorescent lights. Up in the control towers, staff guided flights in and out, none of them fully aware of the magnitude of the crime that had taken place below. And in homes across the boroughs, dinner conversations buzzed with confusion and curiosity as early news bulletins hinted at a major theft at JFK. Had there been any violence? How much had they gotten away with? Who was behind it? So many questions, all left unanswered for the time being. Yet for those directly impacted, the employees who had been held at gunpoint, the law enforcement officials now tasked with uncovering the truth, and the unscrupulous men who had just escaped with a fortune, this was not a simple story. It was the beginning of something vast, a chain reaction that would snake through the city's criminal underbelly, spark investigations that spanned across multiple agencies, and place a glaring spotlight on the cunning or ruthlessness of those who dared to orchestrate the heist. Some might even pause in the privacy of their thoughts to marvel at the nerve it took to pull off such a feat at a bustling international airport. For while the calm, confident pace of that break-in hinted at professional criminals, it also hinted at a deeper network behind them, possibly one that thrived on the misguided notion that no job was too big if you had the right connections and enough fearless men to carry it out. Now, as darkness slipped over JFK again, the hush fell for the second time that day. The flurry of police activity subsided, leaving only a skeleton crew to continue combing through the building. The wind howled across runways and through the cargo area's exterior gates, stirring the leftover scraps of torn cardboard and discarded strapping that had been scattered in the thieves' hurried search for every piece of treasure they could find. High above, an airplane roared as it made its way out of New York, carrying passengers who may never know that they had just departed from the site of a multi-million-dollar robbery. Down below, a single detective, sitting in a parked car outside the cargo building, sipped a cup of stale coffee while staring at the silhouette of the facility against the pale glow of streetlights. He wondered who could have orchestrated such a daring plan, and how long it would be until justice, or something resembling it, came to pass. Thus, in the frigid December gloom, The Lufthansa cargo building stood like a silent sentinel over an open wound. The swirling snow, the hum of distant engines, and the flicker of fluorescent light behind the tall windows were all that remained to mark a night that had just become legendary in the annals of crime. Inside, every echo in the corridors reminded the few lingering staff of how quickly well-ordered work could be upended by unstoppable force. And in that shared numbness of an early winter evening, part one of this story drew to a close, with the fate of the stolen millions unknown, and the staff and law enforcement alike left to reckon with the enormity of the event that had transpired. Their world would never be the same again, for the very walls that once promised security had been reduced to a stage upon which the boldest of thieves enacted a drama of terror and greed, vanishing into the snowy night without so much as a backward glance. In the pale light of that frozen December dawn, the Lufthansa cargo building felt like a place held under siege by the echoes of the night's audacity. Men and women in uniform moved warily across the concrete floors, ducking under strands of crime scene tape that now crisscrossed sections of the facility. Cameras flashed, capturing images of every crate left half broken, every scuff mark on the walls, every anxious face that might hold a clue to what had transpired. Some of the night shift employees, exhausted and still shaken, huddled together near a portable heater, the taste of fear lingering on their tongues. Others fielded questions from stern-faced detectives, each query peeling back another layer of shock to reveal the raw vulnerability beneath. No one among them, not even the most seasoned officials, could quite fathom how an operation of that scale had succeeded so swiftly, taking with it a fortune that defied belief. Outside, the thick drifts of snow sparkled under the first beams of sunrise. Police cars, news vans, and unmarked sedans from federal agencies lined the service roads like silent witnesses to the swirling drama inside. Officers in heavy coats cradled cups of coffee, their breath forming small clouds of condensation in the icy air. The temperature was unforgiving, each gust of wind knifing through the quiet. Yet curiosity and alarm drove local reporters to linger by the barricades in hopes of gleaning any new tidbit of information. Rumours fluttered across the hushed morning like wind-blown scraps of paper. Some speculated the thieves had netted a couple of million at most, while others whispered that the haul soared well beyond 6 million, an amount that sent shivers up the spines of even the most jaded bystanders. Precisely how the criminals had orchestrated the infiltration remained uncertain, but one fact emerged with startling clarity. The thieves had vanished, leaving behind little more than disarray and fear. As morning gave way to the crisp daylight, the first wave of investigators from the Federal Bureau of Investigation arrived in dark overcoats, their faces set with a determined calm. There was a formality to their movements, a practiced efficiency that suggested they had tackled complicated cases before, although perhaps none quite so brazen as this. They conferred quietly with Port Authority officers, the men and women assigned to protect JFK on an ordinary day, now dwarfed by the sheer magnitude of the crime. In a makeshift command center set up inside a partitioned office, the agencies pored over floor plans, cross-checking them with employees' recollections of the robbers' approach. Red lines were drawn across a blueprint of the cargo building to track possible routes used by the thieves, points of forced entry, cameras evaded, corridors traversed. Each new detail further exposed the vulnerability of a system that many had assumed was unassailable. Standing under the glare of fluorescence that flickered intermittently, FBI agents interviewed Rolf, the guard who had been pinned and stripped of his keys and radio. He recounted his fear, the adrenaline's spike, the way the intruder moved and spoke. He described the group as calm, focused, and recalled how they scarcely wasted a second, pressing relentlessly into the heart of the facility. They knew exactly where they wanted to go, he murmured, voice unsteady. It was like they had a map in their heads. Another employee, Angie, still shaken from the memory of a gun barrel angled near her face, confirmed that the thieves seemed too organized to be mere opportunists. Their words were crisp with command, their knowledge of codes and restricted areas was uncanny. The FBI listened intently, scribbling notes, but the more they learned, the more perplexing the story became. Beyond the walls of the cargo building, the giant gears of law enforcement turned with sudden urgency. Phones rang in distant offices as the feds reached out to contacts in organized crime units, local precincts, even financial institutions that might flag suspicious transactions. In the days that followed, an air of paranoia settled across the city. The scale of the haul, eventually confirmed to be around $6 million in cash and jewels, was staggering, especially for a single robbery in which not a single shot had been fired. Bank officials received bulletins advising them to watch for large deposits of unmarked bills. Pawn shops, fences, and known underworld figures quietly braced themselves for the wave of scrutiny that was certain to descend. In cramped back rooms across Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx, men on the fringes of organized crime tapped cigarettes into ashtrays and offered clipped rumors about who might have been behind such a sensational coup. Names circulated in hushed tones, linking the heist to a certain brand of ruthless opportunist who never balked at violence should the need arise. Within 48 hours of the robbery, suspicion swirled heavily around known associates of the Lucchese crime family. That specific mob outfit had a track record of infiltration at the airport, gleaning money through hijackings, stolen goods, and smuggling operations that exploited the labyrinthine sprawl of JFK. In FBI files, the phrase "airport crew" appeared in bold letters, referencing a group that included low-level toughs and cunning middlemen who specialized in precisely this sort of theft. From the vantage point of federal investigators, the question was no longer if the mafia was involved, but which faction, which crew leader, and how many complicit insiders had paved the way. Reputations of old-school mobsters, men who were as well known on the streets of Ozone Park as in the corridors of the airport, rose to the forefront of official speculation. In private circles, one name began to swirl with particular force: Jimmy Burke, a reputed associate of the Lucchese family who was feared as much for his cunning as he was for his unflinching willingness to settle scores. But the puzzle was still missing critical pieces. Investigators unearthed old intelligence that pointed to an inside tip from an airport employee named Martin Krugman, a bookie known to be in debt to various mobsters, a man rumoured to pass along sensitive details in exchange for a cut of the profits. Another name that surfaced early on was Henry Hill, whose familiarity with hustles in the airport area and rumoured closeness to Burke painted him as a person of interest. Each day, law enforcement cast a wider net, hauling in low-level thugs for questioning, leaning on informants and tapping phone lines to detect any chatter that might point to the stolen fortune. They faced a vexing truth. In the immediate aftermath, not a single stack of the stolen money had surfaced, not a single gem had been fenced on local black markets, and no bragging mouth had spouted off about the gargantuan job. The thieves had melted into the city's shadows, leaving only the terrified employees and a swirl of rumours in their wake. Meanwhile, the staff at Lufthansa felt an unsettling mixture of scrutiny and blame. Senior airline officials publicly decried the lax security at JFK, pointing fingers at the Port Authority. Port Authority brass fired back, claiming they had done everything by the book, that perhaps Lufthansa's internal protocols were insufficient. Threats of lawsuits and countersuits hung over every discussion. Higher-ups in the airline demanded swift answers, citing humiliation on a global scale. An international carrier inside a premier American airport had been robbed to the tune of millions. With every passing hour, newspapers breathlessly reported on the fiasco, labeling it among the largest cash robberies in American history. Headlines glared from newsstands. Millions missing at JFK, mafia ties suspected. New Yorkers devoured the details over morning coffee, swapping theories as if engaged in a new civic pastime. What no one realized in those first few frenzied days was that the greatest violence was yet to come. If the robbery itself had been swift and controlled, the aftermath would prove anything but. Rumors of a monumental payday spread through the city's underworld. For those who believed they had staked a claim in the heist, whether by providing inside information, forging keys, or simply looking the other way at the right moment, the temptation to celebrate proved overwhelming. Loose talk at bars, petty boasting among small-time gangsters, and the sudden display of flashy new cars in neighborhoods known for wise guys drew the attention not just of the police, but of the heist's suspected ringleader. Jimmy Burke, as whispers had it, watched these displays with a careful eye, measuring each man's loyalty and discipline. Soon enough, word leaked out that certain participants, particularly those who might be weak links, were turning up missing or dead. The conspirators had not even begun to taste the real fruits of their stolen millions, but caution had already given way to bloodshed. In the months that followed, a chain of murders stunned investigators and confirmed their worst suspicions that a mafia element lay at the heart of the Lufthansa heist. An inside contact, rumoured to have boasted about the score, was found shot multiple times in the trunk of a car. Another associate, last seen driving a brand new luxury vehicle he ostensibly could not afford, disappeared without a trace, his body surfacing weeks later in a far-flung borough. The spree continued with chilling regularity, each killing seeming to revolve around the same nucleus of suspicion: that some conspirator had grown too talkative or threatened to draw law enforcement scrutiny. Detective squads moved from scene to scene, each horrific discovery convincing them that anyone who had even a fragment of knowledge about the heist was now at mortal risk. Newspaper headlines turned morbid, referencing the Lufthansa curse as yet another corpse linked to the robbery appeared. And behind it all, though the FBI strongly suspected the puppet master's identity, they lacked the critical evidence to tie everything to one man. Agents doubled their efforts. Henry Hill, known to cultivate dreams of big scores and to frequent bars and clubs where wise guys exchanged hushed confidences, became a target of intense interest. They studied him, bugged his phone, followed him through side streets at odd hours. They noted the tensions among Hill's circle: flashes of paranoia, sporadic outbursts of violence, betrayals that left men glancing constantly over their shoulders. Hill's life was steeped in fear. Many suspected that if the law couldn't break him, the abiding terror of becoming the next body stuffed in a trunk might. The FBI recognized a potential weakness there. A man so deeply entangled in the mob's secrets might, under the right pressures, turn informant. More than once, Henry found himself cornered in a dingy interrogation room, an agent spelling out the grim reality: "We can help you, or we can let you face what's coming." For a time, Henry managed to evade their overtures, clinging to a code of silence that had shaped his entire adult life. But the body count mounted, and the circle of trust around him frayed with every new rumour of who might be next. Meanwhile, the general public followed the Lufthansa story with a mix of awe and mounting unease. As 1979 settled in, the city of New York was already beset by economic struggles, rising crime, and the remnants of a near-bankrupt municipal government. The thought that an organised band of thieves had waltzed into JFK, an iconic gateway to the city and the nation, was enough to crystallise anxiety about the metropolis's vulnerability. How many other potential scores were just waiting to be exploited? With each new piece of reporting, the drama swelled to near legendary proportions, and the heist took on a narrative shape that left observers enthralled. It had the hallmark of cinematic flair, complete with masked men, inside informants, and a labyrinth of mob connections. Politicians demanded accountability, the mayor's office issued statements, and local communities around the airport found themselves under an unwelcome spotlight as law enforcement scoured bars, social clubs, and restaurants in search of any crumb of information. In the swirl of speculation, it felt as if no one could be trusted. Neighbours might be mob associates, an airport worker might be feeding the mafia, a friend might be a stool pigeon trying to save his own skin. The tension weighed on neighbourhoods that for decades had quietly harboured men of respect, who nonetheless paid the bills. Yet for all the frantic pursuit, the stolen money and jewels remained as elusive as the men who had taken them. Now and again, investigators caught hints that certain portions of the haul had been stashed in safe houses or laundered through businesses in the garment district. Some suspected that large chunks of currency had already been shipped overseas, hidden in cargo shipments or funneled through offshore bank accounts. FBI wiretaps recorded cryptic references to Christmas presents and the pot of gold, but the cryptic language shed little direct light. Law enforcement found themselves chasing spectres, pressing known criminals with limited success, raiding dens that turned up small-time contraband, but none of the vast Lufthansa stash. The intangible nature of unmarked bills, cash that might be introduced into circulation in 100 subtle ways, made the job all the harder. And for every gangster that showed signs of lavish new spending, there were 2 more who remained silent or disappeared entirely. Within a year, the official narrative of the Lufthansa heist had become an almost mythical tale among street hustlers and law-abiding citizens alike. The name Jimmy Burke murmured through back alleys, garnished with chilling anecdotes of retribution and cunning. Henry Hill's name too rose in whispered rumour, a hustler perched on a razor's edge between fortune and doom. The FBI, though frustrated by the slow progress, continued to quietly tighten the net, flipping small associates, seeking to build a case strong enough to bring down the entire ring. Every so often, an anonymous tip would appear, leading them to a random location rumoured to hold a fraction of the stolen money. But these leads rarely panned out. Law enforcement faced the possibility that most of the cash was being doled out in hush money payments or funneled through underground channels so effectively that it was beyond any hope of recovery. For the civilian employees at the airport, the daily grind eventually resumed, though with a hardened sense of caution. Surviving staff from that night shifted job roles or moved on to quieter corners of the airline industry, struggling with the psychological toll of having stared down guns and lived to talk about it. Some found themselves reluctant celebrities. Local families or acquaintances would inevitably ask them to relive the experience, describing in hushed tones every detail of the masked men's presence. The nightmares took longer to fade. Echoes of heavy boots on concrete or the memory of being bound on the floor lingered whenever the wind howled through the loading bays late at night. A grim transformation had settled in. Once these employees had taken pride in their role at a major international airport, but now the place felt tarnished, overshadowed by the knowledge that a criminal network had laid it bare with almost surgical precision. The months wore on, and in the broader tapestry of the late 1970s and early 1980s, the city faced a litany of troubles: financial struggles, housing crises, and a spiking crime rate that overshadowed even the sensational Lufthansa headlines. The story might have receded into a corner of the collective consciousness had it not been for the continuing tragedy of unsolved murders linked to the heist. Each new body discovered reignited the media's fascination, prompting headlines to re-emerge: Lufthansa Heist whistleblower, revenge in the underworld. The tone grew more macabre as the public realized that nearly anyone who knew too much or dared step out of line was in mortal peril. In some boroughs, the mere mention of Lufthansa conjured images of silent hitmen pulling triggers in deserted parking lots. The identity of the triggermen was rarely proven, but the cause was widely presumed to be the same: bury the evidence, preserve the spoils, tie up loose ends. Eventually, a break in the case arrived, not as a result of direct confessions about the heist itself, but through the tangles of another investigation altogether. Henry Hill, arrested on drug charges that carried the threat of serious prison time, wavered under the crushing knowledge that men in his orbit were disappearing one by one. With the glare of interrogation lamps upon him, he realized that his best chance of survival, literally to keep breathing, might rest in cooperating with the FBI. The arrangement did not emerge all at once. At first, he offered small bits of intel that teased bigger revelations. But once he made the leap, deciding to enter the witness protection program in exchange for his testimony, Henry provided the authorities with a partial roadmap of the Lufthansa heist. His recollections hinted at exactly how inside information had been leveraged, how payoffs were orchestrated, and even which figures took the lead on planning. It was no complete blueprint, for the code of the street and the fear of mob vengeance still clung to Henry's every word. Yet, it was enough to crack open the door that investigators had been pounding on for over a year. In the series of arrests and indictments that followed, certain reputed associates of the heist found themselves named in federal charges. Nevertheless, the big question, where was the stolen money, remained unanswered. Henry Hill could identify ringleaders and describe the plotting that led to that bitterly cold December night, but the final whereabouts of the fortune eluded him. Speculation abounded that Jimmy Burke stashed portions in secret safe deposit boxes, used some to purchase legitimate businesses, and parceled out the rest through a complex web of laundering. Yet law enforcement never discovered any large-scale trove. Burke himself, a man who had long been a spectre in the underworld, spent the rest of his life entangled in legal proceedings and imprisonments, though not entirely for the Lufthansa heist. He was eventually locked away for other crimes, including murder, ensuring that whatever he knew about the hidden millions would likely go with him to the grave. Years trickled into decades, and the Lufthansa heist assumed a mythic status in American crime law. Each new generation of investigators dusted off the files, re-examining statements, scanning old black and white photographs of the ransacked cargo area, hoping that fresh eyes might illuminate a new lead. Occasionally, a rumor would flare up suggesting that a portion of the stolen cash had surfaced in a real estate deal in Florida, or that a man connected to the heist had boasted of a hidden stash in a cabin upstate. But these leads typically fizzled into dead ends, leaving the core truth intact: the bulk of the stolen money had never been found. The final sum of jewels, rumoured to be part of the haul, likewise faded into obscurity, presumably sold off piece by piece or spirited overseas. For the families of those murdered in the fallout, the wound never healed. They carried the bitterness of knowing that no thorough justice could ever be meted out to each hand that pulled a trigger. Over time, cultural fascination with the Lufthansa heist grew. Journalists wrote exposés, authors penned books, and eventually filmmakers seized upon the story's cinematic qualities, weaving it into pop culture. Moviegoers were enthralled by dramatized versions that highlighted the cunning, tension, and violence swirling around that single pre-dawn moment at JFK. Names like Henry Hill and Jimmy Burke took on larger-than-life dimensions, capturing the public's imagination even as they left a trail of devastating human consequences in their wake. In certain corners, the heist was glorified as a testament to raw nerve and cunning, overshadowing the sobering reality that people had been bound at gunpoint, that families were shattered, that bodies were left in car trunks and vacant lots, and that entire neighborhoods lived in the grip of fear. Law enforcement agencies, for their part, used the lessons of the Lufthansa robbery to overhaul security at airports. Nationwide, new protocols were enacted: more cameras with better angles, stricter employee background checks, improved door lock systems, and integrated communication networks that minimized the time gap between a distress call and a response. Yet, despite those improvements, the heist stood as a cautionary tale. Even the tightest systems could be unraveled by a potent mix of insider knowledge, criminal audacity, and organized cover-ups that exploited the city's labyrinthine underbelly. Lectures at police academies referenced Lufthansa as an example of how cunning criminals coordinate major operations, and how investigating those operations might well lead down roads of intimidation, silence, and lethal reprisals. For the surviving employees who'd been present that December night, the emotional scars never fully dissolved. Some left their roles at JFK altogether, relocating to smaller airports where they hoped anonymity might grant them peace. Others stayed on, forging a new relationship with the cargo building, now guarded by more robust measures, and trying in vain to recapture a sense of normalcy. In their private lives, nightmares lingered. A sudden loud noise could bring back the memory of masked men and whispered threats. Some found solace in therapy or in leaning on family members who would listen to repeated retellings of that adrenaline-laced morning, letting them unburden the fear that had become lodged in their bones. A few employees visited the memorial services of men who later turned up dead from mob reprisals, haunted by the sense that the violence had extended well beyond the cargo facility and into the city's darkest corners. As the years melted into the 1980s, 1990s, and eventually the early 2000s, the Lufthansa heist began to shift into a blend of historical fact and underworld legend. Documentaries uncovered fresh interviews with retired FBI agents who recalled the frustration of watching suspects slip through their fingers due to lack of proof. Some mob associates who managed to outlive the era gave cryptic remarks that only heightened the lore. They'd mention suitcases of cash changing hands in smoky backroom card games, or brag about hearing rumors of diamonds traded for narcotics in South America. But even these revelations felt incomplete, more like echoes of a great event that no single man could fully describe. The central puzzle, how so many perpetrators kept such a tight lid on the final disposition of the loot, remained an enduring enigma. In the neighborhoods where the conspirators once lived, older generations would share stories with younger ones, half proud, half ashamed. Proud, perhaps, of the cunning that beat a system that was perceived to benefit only the wealthy and connected. ashamed because so many local families suffered the violent side effects. Tales of the heist were told in barbershops and diners, woven into New York folklore with a mixture of awe and fear. Younger listeners, enthralled by the notion of a multi-million-dollar robbery that had momentarily defied the might of law enforcement, would ask if any of that fortune could still be hidden in some locked trunk or walled-up basement. Elders often just shook their heads, explaining that if such a stash existed, it was locked away in the kind of secrecy that cost men their lives. With the passage of time, Henry Hill's testimony eventually formed the backbone of indictments that brought partial closure. While never truly unraveling the entire story, those proceedings gave glimpses into the logistics of the heist. Even so, the convictions mostly revolved around tangential crimes or lesser mafia operations. The grand question, who specifically planned and executed each phase of the Lufthansa job, remained only partially answered. Jimmy Burke, widely acknowledged, even by those in law enforcement, to be at the core, was already behind bars for unrelated murder charges by the time many revelations came to light. He steadfastly refused to grant the authorities any satisfaction, mocking them from behind prison walls by revealing nothing about the money's location or the full scope of who participated. By the time he died in 1996, the hope of definitively piecing together every element of that December morning also died. And yet, the cultural resonance of the Lufthansa heist continued to grow. In the realm of cinema, the saga was immortalized through a fictional lens, capturing in condensed, dramatized form the events that had haunted New York for years. The film portrayals, while not documentary precise, introduced a global audience to the swirling tensions of the mafia underworld, the frenetic energy of a city that could chew up and spit out even the shrewdest hustlers, and the lethal code of silence that sealed men's fates. Indeed, the movie-going public thrilled to these dramatizations, transforming Jimmy Burke, rechristened with a cinematic pseudonym, and Henry Hill into household names. The glitzy veneer of gangster lore overshadowed the uglier truths, the families torn apart by murder, the innocent workers traumatized, the city's sense of security eroded by the knowledge that such a brazen heist was possible. Still, amid all the retellings, certain fundamental facts remained unadorned. On a cold December night in 1978, a group of masked men, guided by inside knowledge and the backing of organized crime, forced their way into a cargo building at JFK Airport, seized a fortune in cash and jewels, and disappeared into the blackness of the pre-dawn city. In the weeks and months that followed, a horrific trail of bodies was left behind, each victim a reminder that nobody was safe from the paranoia and greed that festered in the aftermath. Despite the best efforts of law enforcement, despite widespread investigations and intense prosecutorial scrutiny, the money was never fully recovered. The memory of that event held the city's imagination like a chilling bedtime story, one that warned of hidden conspiracies, silent threats, and the unstoppable lure of illicit riches. Decades later, a new generation of journalists and researchers began combing through old police reports, seeking fresh angles or hidden testimonies that might break the long silence. They uncovered fragments, an old detective's file referencing the possibility of an overseas pipeline for stolen jewels, or a snippet of a conversation recorded years after the heist in which a mob captain reminisced about the sweet smell of Lufthansa. Yet these tidbits rarely coalesced into anything conclusive. They were the bones of a story that had been picked clean, leaving behind a labyrinth of half-truths and speculation, each rumour pointing in a different direction. If anything, These renewed inquiries only reaffirmed how thoroughly the conspirators had hidden the money, and how effectively any man who might compromise that secrecy had been silenced. Across the city, the old cargo building at JFK eventually underwent renovations, expansions, and security upgrades. The memories of that infamous robbery lingered mostly in the recollections of long-time employees. Occasionally, a new hire would pass by a certain corridor or a vault door and hear a colleague mention in a hushed tone, "This is where the big one happened." The new employee, more often than not, would be unsure what to make of such a statement until someone else filled in the details. That decades ago, this area had witnessed one of the greatest thefts in American history. Each retelling stirred the ghosts of that night, reminding all who work there that beneath the hum of forklift engines and the routine of daily cargo transfers lay the remnants of an epic tale of greed, betrayal, and violence. As the 21st century progressed, the story of the Lufthansa Heist became simultaneously more distant in time and more vividly etched in legend. Documentaries and news retrospectives returned to it often, especially on milestone anniversaries, featuring archival footage of the crime scene, interviews with aging detectives, and the scattered recollections of those who had been there. In these features, one could sense a dual fascination. On the one hand, a near awe at the cunning and scale of the criminal enterprise, and on the other, a deep-seated revulsion for the brutality and corruption that had enabled it. Viewers would see black and white photographs of the cargo bay in chaos, leftover crates splintered and strewn about, the chalk outlines where employees had been told to lie face down, the swirling snow outside, all conjured in the viewer's mind as a set piece for a moment so brazen it scarcely seemed real. And yet it had been real as the locked doors forced open, the whispered threats and the cold metal of guns pressed to trembling flesh. Real as the savage murders that followed. Real as the failure of the system to protect its workers or to swiftly bring the culprits to justice. Real as the sorrow of families who lost loved ones in a spasm of paranoia intended to keep secrets in the dark. For all the sense of swagger that popular culture attached to the thieves, it was impossible to overlook the blood that stained their path. Decades on, the families of victims still carried the weight of unanswered questions. Who exactly had pulled the triggers? Why were some conspirators seemingly allowed to walk away while others vanished in shallow graves? Investigations tried to provide closure, but justice was meted out only in fragments. Some conspirators died in prison for unrelated offences, others outlived their sentences and slipped quietly into old age, while countless more remained either unidentified or beyond the reach of the law's net. In the end, the legacy of the Lufthansa Heist stands as a collision of myth and stark reality. From a pure narrative standpoint, it has all the elements of a grand gangster epic: cunning planning, a daring nighttime robbery, the spoils of unfathomable wealth, the swirl of paranoia that devoured the conspirators, the glimmer of a city enthralled by the story's scope. But beneath that drama lies a sobering reflection on law enforcement's limits, the ease with which inside men can compromise even robust security, and the lethal reach of organised crime in a metropolis defined by opportunity and risk. The heist remains a testament to the potency of a carefully orchestrated plan in an age before digital surveillance systems locked down every inch of critical infrastructure. Yet, it also endures as a timeless caution that behind the lure of quick riches rests a savage cost, one measured not merely in lost money, but in broken lives. Even now, if one visits certain enclaves in Queens or Brooklyn, or wanders into certain old bars where the ghosts of the late 1970s still stir in the stale smell of spilled beer, one might hear talk of that job. A bartender in his 60s might recall how men flush with fresh cash used to swagger in, buy rounds for the entire place, and then disappear just as quickly when rumours of a hit surfaced. A woman who was a child at the time might recount how her father warned her never to mention what she overheard in the back room. The Lufthansa heist did not merely shock the city in a single moment. It reverberated through entire communities for years, a story of both monstrous greed and cunning that chipped away at the illusions of safety and control. And so, the Lufthansa heist lingers in the public imagination, an event that seemed to freeze a December night in 1978 with a moment of raw, unstoppable force. Investigations came and went, criminals rose and fell, money circulated and vanished, and the city pressed on in its perpetual hustle. Yet somewhere in the quiet corners of memory, that hush remains, the hush of employees bound on the floor, the hush of swirling snow outside the cargo building, and the hush of masked men vanishing with a fortune as if they had stepped off the edge of the world. So ends the long arc of the Lufthansa story, not with the decisive clang of a cell door sealing shut on every conspirator, nor with the triumphant recovery of stolen millions, but with an enduring question mark, a swirl of legend, and the silent acceptance that some mysteries remain unsolved and some treasures remain forever out of reach. The players have mostly left the stage, claimed by time, prison, or death, and the audience can only look back on that epoch, drawn to its mix of glamour and brutality, shaking their heads at the heist that dared to claim the unthinkable and succeeded, at least long enough to vanish before the sun rose on a city that would never be quite the same again. I recall a hush that settled over the English countryside on those summer nights, as if even the hedgerows and old stone walls sensed something beyond the ordinary was about to unfold. Buckinghamshire lay under a dome of stars, its fields rolling gently beneath a sky often streaked with moonlight, and the occasional lonely hoot of an owl breaking through the quiet. When folks turned in for the evening in those days, their windows went dark one by one along winding lanes, and most believed all was right with the world. But down those lanes, across fields and hidden in barns, plans were set in motion that August of 1963, plans born from a peculiar blend of greed, daring, and the formidable cunning of men determined to pluck fortunes from a train bound for London. In that hush, the men behind this operation gathered in small knots, far from prying eyes, to whisper their intentions. One might imagine them sitting at a wooden table in a dimly lit farmhouse or an out-of-the-way pub back room, smoke curling lazily in the lamplight, maps spread out before them. They had studied the details of the Glasgow-London mail train's route with the devotion of astronomers observing the night sky for hidden constellations. Each bend of track, each signal box, each crossing was burned into their minds so that when the time came to act, there would be no stumbling in the dark. Though they hailed from different walks of life, though some had petty crimes in their past, while others possessed a flair for large-scale schemes, all were drawn by the intoxicating prospect of intercepting a mail train believed to be carrying a fortune, money that would soon be discarded and replaced with newly printed currency. That knowledge of the old notes slated for destruction had somehow drifted into the underworld's rumour mill. It was tempting enough on its own, but the audacity of halting a moving train and escaping with the contents made it all the more alluring to men who prided themselves on pulling off heists that would earn them a certain notoriety. Piecemeal, they assembled a team. Some were old friends, men who'd run minor jobs together. Others brought specific expertise. One might know how to disable a telephone line without leaving a trace. Another might be adept at forging official documents or defusing alarms. And presiding over the group, at least in an unofficial capacity, was a figure who possessed a certain magnetism, a man capable of orchestrating complicated plans with the practiced hand of someone who had danced at the edges of the law for years. As summer deepened, they converged on a nondescript farmhouse hidden away in the Buckinghamshire countryside, a place that didn't draw attention, no flashy vehicles parked out front, no large gatherings to make the neighbours curious. From there they made scouting runs, studying not only the train's timetable, but also the local roads, the condition of the signal lights, and precisely where the train might be forced to halt. The Great Train Robbery, as it would soon be called, demanded more than a dash of bravado. It demanded a level of preparation that bordered on the obsessive. Men took notes on where a truck could be parked without being seen from the main road. Others memorized the times at the local constable's patrol routes, ensuring they wouldn't stumble onto the operation at an inopportune hour. Some nights they even slipped out onto the line itself, feeling the steel rails beneath their feet and counting the strides between signal gantries, absorbing in the darkness what would later be crucial knowledge for staging the ambush. The countryside around them was so still, the air often thick with the scent of farmland and the faint rustle of leaves under a mild breeze. One could imagine the men pausing to listen for distant engines or the crunch of gravel, half expecting a curious farmer or a patrolling policeman. But the night covered them like a cloak, and they vanished back to their hideout before daybreak, leaving behind no footprints that the casual observer could trace. For local folk, life continued unaltered. Fields needed harvesting, livestock required tending, and the local postman delivered letters that rattled in the wind, never suspecting that, not many miles off, a group of determined thieves were plotting one of Britain's most audacious crimes. In the weeks leading up to August 8th, tension mixed with excitement in that farmhouse. The men tested equipment from walkie-talkies, uncommon items in civilian hands at the time, to gloves and specialised tools that would help them break into the mail coach if needed. They consulted timetables, verifying that the train would indeed be carrying an unusually large haul of banknotes. At the same time, they debated how much force might be necessary. Although they intended to take control of the train without unnecessary violence, they recognised that the presence of railway staff and the possibility of a guard or driver refusing to cooperate might escalate the situation. Some insisted on the need for credible intimidation. Others wanted only to rely on cunning and speed. Eventually they agreed to be prepared for all outcomes, though the very mention of harming anyone caused unease for a few who saw themselves as professional robbers, not brutes. As the plan solidified, the group turned their attention to controlling the lines of communication. They recognized that local signalmen, the postal workers on board, and the railway staff would attempt to contact authorities the moment they realized anything was amiss. To combat this, they arranged for certain lines to be cut or otherwise disabled, so that even if the train's driver or the mail staff attempted to send out a distress call, their words would echo into silence. It was a calculated move, one that carried a measure of risk. If the lines were cut too early, the entire region might be alerted to suspicious activity. If done too late, a frantic call to the local station master might bring police sirens screaming toward the tracks before the robbers could finish their work. Each man assigned to these tasks drilled himself thoroughly in the procedure. At precisely the correct moment, under cover of darkness, he would climb or pry open the designated junction box, locate the correct wires, and sever them with a practiced motion. Their chosen spot for the ambush was a lonely stretch of track near a small road bridge commonly referred to as Brydego Bridge, an unremarkable place that travellers on the main road might pass without a second glance. This bridge spanned the railway lines in a nondescript fashion, a piece of infrastructure that had served the area quietly for decades. But for the robbers, it was the perfect vantage point. Sufficiently isolated that once the train was brought to a halt, prying eyes would be few and far between, yet not so remote that they couldn't make a swift getaway by truck along local lanes. That synergy of isolation and accessibility sealed the decision. In the final days before the robbery, the men made sure to blend into the surrounding area as inconspicuously as possible. Some pretended to be farm labourers, others claimed to be visiting relatives, careful not to arouse suspicion among the locals, who were known for their watchful sense of community. Though the farmhouse served as their main base, a few slept in vans or trucks outfitted with blankets and camping supplies, ensuring that if anyone came knocking, the story of a holidaying family or travelling work crew would pass casual inspection. They never gathered in large groups, instead taking turns at the hideout, passing along updates, picking up or dropping off supplies. A sense of controlled urgency bound them together. Each day that approached the scheduled heist increased the tension, even as it brought the reward closer to fruition. The day before the train was due to travel that stretch of track, the men quietly moved into their final positions. One could picture them slipping out in the early evening, the setting sun casting long shadows across the wheat fields, their silhouettes merging with the hedgerows. Crouching along the railway line, a pair of them would rehearse the signal tampering that would cause the train to stop. The plan called for changing a green signal to red, deceptively simple but fraught with technical subtleties. They brought along a battery-powered light they had rigged to mimic the official railway signal, so that when the real signal was covered or disabled, the train driver would see the robber's light shining red in the darkness and respond as he was trained to do, slow down, and eventually come to a stop. Every detail had to work seamlessly, for the men knew that if the driver suspected trickery too early, he might accelerate or radio for help. Midnight came and went, bringing August 8, 1963 at last. In the darkness, the group was busy at their tasks. One team worked on the telephone poles or junction boxes, severing key communication links. Another group prepared the trucks that would be used to haul the money away, making certain the vehicles were parked discreetly behind a hedgerow near Brydego Bridge. They tested the engines, ensuring they would start instantly. No sputters in the crucial moment. The headlamps were checked and taped over in places to minimize the risk of drawing attention. Meanwhile, a handful of men crouched near the track, hearts pounding in their chests, occasionally checking watches to gauge how close the train might be. Though the men all shared a sense of purpose, one could guess that each faced private anxieties that fluttered in the mind. What if something went wrong? What if the police discovered them mid-act? What if the driver or the postal workers resisted violently? At around 3 o'clock in the morning, the men on the track spotted the distant glow of the train's headlamp. The Glasgow-London mail train chugged steadily along, carrying its cargo of banknotes and other items of postal importance, oblivious to the ambush that awaited. The robbers crouched lower, stationing themselves at critical points near the lines. One of them prepared the false red light, setting it in place where the driver's eye would catch it. The surrounding countryside slept on, the night broken only by the rhythmic rumble of the approaching locomotive. And then, as the locomotive neared the designated spot, the driver caught sight of that unexpected red signal glowing in the night. He responded as training dictated, slowing the train and coming to a halt, presumably thinking there was a fault or some emergency up ahead on the line. With the train stationary, the robbers sprang into action. One can imagine the driver's confusion as shadowy figures surged forward, shouting commands that cut through the still air. The precise number of men involved in the actual confrontation varied in accounts told later, but the driver and his second-in-command found themselves overwhelmed by a sudden presence of masked intruders. The men told them in clipped voices to do as they were told, promising no harm if they cooperated. Guns may have been brandished, perhaps only for show, but in that moment, the threat felt real enough. Tension seared the air. The robbers needed to detach the mail coach from the rest of the train, a critical step if they were to move it to a more discreet location under the bridge where they intended to unload the money. As the driver was corralled into assisting them, an unexpected complication arose. Maneuvering the engine and certain coaches was a trickier business than the gang had anticipated. The plan had hinged on the idea that the driver would move the train precisely as needed, positioning the mail coach at the unloading spot. However, the driver's knowledge or willingness to help was uncertain, and in the confusion, time slipped away more quickly than any of them would have liked. With urgent curses and frantic gestures, some of the robbers tried to make sense of the locomotive's controls, and there were accounts later of them fumbling with levers in a moment of uncharacteristic disarray. Eventually, though, they wrestled the locomotive and the required cars along the line, slowly proceeding to the spot beneath Bridigo Bridge. It was there, in that patch of countryside, that they intended to plunder the mail coach. Inside the mail coach itself, postal workers had been busily sorting letters and parcels throughout the night, a routine job on an overnight mail run. One moment, they were handling envelopes under the bright fluorescent lights in that cramped moving space, focusing on each piece of mail for accuracy. The next, their world jolted to a halt, and they found themselves surrounded by men who barked instructions, telling them to remain calm and move away from the mailbags. Fear flickered across the postal workers' faces. Armed robbery on a train was something out of an earlier century, or so they thought. And yet here it was, playing out in real time under the harsh lighting of the train's interior. Seizing control of the coach, the robbers lost no time. They began heaving bags of banknotes out, some bundling them into waiting arms, others forming a kind of human chain to get them off the train and onto the waiting trucks. The scale of the loot quickly became apparent, as bag after bag was hauled to the trucks, each stuffed with used notes destined for the Bank of England's disposal. The hush of the countryside amplified every rustling sound, every urgent whisper. The men worked with a fervour born of adrenaline, hearts hammering, knowing that their window of opportunity was brief. If word got out to the local police, if an officer on patrol stumbled upon the scene, they would face an armed confrontation they desperately wanted to avoid. Despite the rush, the men tried to maintain composure. They kept watch near the tracks, scanning for headlights or torch beams from startled villagers or the approach of law enforcement. But for the moment, fortune seemed to favour them. The communications had been effectively disrupted, and the alarm would not reach the outside world until well after the men had loaded their trucks. With each new bag tossed into the back, the trucks grew heavier, an audible promise of the fortune that would soon be counted and divided. Tension crackled in the darkness. Although they had practiced and strategized exhaustively, there is nothing like the real moment of a heist in progress. Hands trembling slightly as they lift the heavy sacks, eyes darting to the corners of the coach to ensure none of the postal workers are trying to hide a weapon or push an alarm button. Somewhere in the midst of that frantic unloading, the driver of the train was injured, or at least shaken, by the force used to subdue him. Accounts differ as to whether the blow was accidental or intentional, but afterward he would say he had been hit on the head, leaving him in pain and disoriented. This incident would later cast a darker shadow over the entire affair, fueling public outrage that these men had crossed a moral line by injuring an innocent railwayman. At the time, though, in the swirl of the robbery, the gang seemed too focused on the money to dwell on what had transpired. Their entire endeavour hinged on haste, on clearing out as many of those sacks as they could before they had to vanish into the night. Once the trucks were sufficiently laden, the thieves barked final warnings at the postal workers. Remain still, wait quietly, do not attempt to chase or raise the alarm until well after the men were gone. Then, in a matter of moments, they climbed into the waiting vehicles, engines roaring to life. The vehicles kicked up dirt as they pulled away, merging into the winding lanes that would soon take them back to their safe houses or out of the county entirely. On that lonely stretch of railway, the mail train was left forlorn, separated from part of its cargo, and a scattering of stunned postal workers and a battered driver stood amid the residue of confusion. Only then, as the trucks disappeared into the night, did the men exhale. Some clenched their fists in triumph, others tried to steady their racing hearts. They had done it, halted a mail train in Buckinghamshire, and escaped with a fortune in banknotes. Even at that moment, they likely did not appreciate the full scale of their success. Later, the sum of money stolen would be estimated at over £2.5 million, an astonishing haul at the time, worth many times that in today's currency. They had pulled it off not with high-tech wizardry, but with cunning planning and the raw nerve to stop a train on open tracks. In the immediate aftermath, they scattered to various hideouts. Some returned to the farmhouse, while others proceeded to alternative safe havens. Their departure from the scene had been orchestrated so that no large group of suspicious men would be observed travelling together. Over the next hours and days, the plan was to regroup, distribute the money, and lie low, waiting for the inevitable firestorm of publicity and police scrutiny. At the farmhouse, the air was thick with exhilaration and exhaustion. Men lugged sacks in from the trucks and placed them on tables or makeshift wooden benches, each labelling the contents for future sorting. One could picture them wiping sweat from their brows, faces flushed with adrenaline, eyes gleaming as they realised just how weighty those sacks were. They spoke in hushed yet excited tones, perhaps sharing a momentary laugh of relief. Some snatched glances out of the windows, half fearing the flicker of a torchlight or the sound of approaching police cars. Yet the quiet farmland offered no immediate intrusion. Night still lay heavily over the fields and the crows perched silently in the oaks. Within the coach and the locomotive left behind, chaos slowly gave way to an urgent need for help. The postal workers eventually sought medical attention for the driver and tried to contact railway officials. It would take some time for the alarm to reach authorities, and by then, the robbers hoped to have vanished without a trace. Yet, as they well knew, a heist of this magnitude would not go unnoticed for long, and the ensuing hunt would be relentless. The British public would soon learn of a crime so brazen it seemed torn from the pages of a bygone era. A moving train halted in the dead of night, the mail staff held at bay, and millions of pounds in banknotes spirited away into the countryside. For now, though, in those raw hours just after the robbery, the men allowed themselves a fleeting sense of triumph. They had succeeded where many would have deemed failure certain. The plan to tamper with signals, to isolate the train by disabling communications, to load up truck upon truck of money, somehow it had all come together. But even that sense of victory was tempered by the knowledge that they were not out of danger. The scale of the robbery guaranteed an unprecedented police response. One false move, one overlooked clue, could unravel their carefully constructed plan and send them all to prison. Dark roads led away from Buckinghamshire that night, carrying men weighed down by newly gained wealth and the creeping awareness that the next chapter of their story, the manhunt, the trials and the headlines, was about to begin. In the hazy pre-dawn light, if one were to stand by Bridego Bridge, the scene would have been eerie. The vacant tracks, a slight scuff on the ground from the vehicle's tyres, and the lingering smell of diesel exhaust. The mail train loomed in the grey half-light like a wounded beast, one of its coaches stripped of valuable cargo that would never reach the Bank of England. Confusion still gripped those left behind, and shock would soon ripple through local law enforcement, then echo nationwide. It was not simply the sum of money stolen that made this act so momentous. It was the sheer audacity of halting a mail train with near military precision. Many an inspector or constable would soon stand there, baffled by how these criminals had known exactly which lines to cut, which signals to manipulate, and how to vanish so swiftly into the countryside. Meanwhile, as the morning sun crept higher, the robbers took stock of what they had in those sacks. They had no illusions that dividing up and laundering that volume of banknotes would be simple. Their plan was to store much of the money in a secure location, dole it out carefully, and, if possible, exchange it in batches so as not to arouse suspicion. But these were thoughts for later. In the immediate aftermath, they focused on covering their tracks. Some changed clothing, discarding anything that might link them to the robbery. Others wiped down the trucks, removing fingerprints or stray flecks of mud that might be traced back to the scene. The hours ahead were crucial. If the police arrived too quickly, the men might still be in possession of the very vehicles used in the crime. They had to move swiftly, splitting off from each other, each group travelling separately. The farmhouse that had served as their headquarters might now become a liability. Rumours spread fast in rural areas, and once news of the heist broke, neighbours might recall something suspicious about that place with too many nocturnal visitors. For the time being, though, they had reason to believe they had confounded their pursuers, at least in the short term. Newspapers had not yet carried the story. The teletypes in police stations across Britain had only just started to clatter with news bulletins about a missing haul of cash from the overnight mail train. An official tally would not be made until the Postal Service and the Bank of England calculated precisely how many notes had gone missing. And though no one in that farmhouse could have guessed the exact figure, they felt the heavy weight of success in every bag. Each man probably grappled internally with the magnitude of what they had done. Some might have felt a flush of pride, others the first stirrings of regret about the injured driver. For a few, perhaps, it was merely another bold job, soon to be overshadowed by something else. But none could deny this was unlike any heist Britain had ever seen. Morning came to Buckinghamshire with pastel hues in the sky. Fields glimmered with a soft dew, and villagers went about their routines, milking cows, baking bread, setting off for early shifts. Their quiet rhythms seemed at odds with the epic theft that had unfolded while most slept. In the distance, the city of London yawned to life, unaware that it too had been robbed, in a sense, of millions of pounds that had been travelling south from Glasgow. So many threads would be pulled in the coming days: the driver's testimony, the postal workers' accounts, the traces left along the railway line, the suspicious cuts to communication lines. Investigators would piece together the puzzle, certain that they were chasing not amateurs, but professionals who had orchestrated every detail. Yet, in that early sunlit hour, the men who carried out the Great Train robbery were nowhere to be found. Some were likely collapsing onto borrowed mattresses, adrenaline finally giving way to the fatigue of a night spent on razor's edge. Others might be sitting in dim kitchens or barns, counting out a small portion of the haul, mind racing with the knowledge that no matter where they ran, the eyes of Britain would soon be upon them. Mothers dressed children for school in unsuspecting households. Fathers closed gates behind them on their way to catch trains to city jobs. The world continued its routine, blissfully ignorant of just how suddenly everything had changed for a group of men hidden away with the stolen fortunes. The gravity of that moment would soon dawn on those who discovered the incapacitated train. Train staff would come stumbling along the track, blinking in the daylight, finding their co-workers rattled and the mail car stripped of its cargo. Word would spread from station to station. Police telephones would ring incessantly, and within hours, radio broadcasts would carry the shocking headline: "A mail train robbed in Buckinghamshire and a staggering sum stolen by a well-coordinated gang." Once the press caught wind, the robbery would become a national sensation, overshadowing political news and other minor scandals. Everyone would want to know how these thieves had managed to bring such a heavily guarded system to its knees. But for that first half of the day, the men who carried it out enjoyed the calm before the storm. Some might even have felt an uneasy satisfaction, surrounded by more money than they had ever seen in their lives, uncertain if they dared to celebrate. A few might have voiced caution about not flashing cash around or making large purchases. They knew that the cautious approach would be crucial. Their anonymity depended on blending back into everyday life, letting no sign betray the wealth they had so suddenly acquired. For these were not men living in a world of billionaires and corporate boardrooms. They were from the streets, from the edges of society, where big spending always drew curious eyes. As the day wore on and news spread, the farmhouse grew too hot a location, and the gang took measures to vacate it. Vans carried men and money to other safe spots, sometimes through twisted lanes where the hedgerows pressed in so tightly that two vehicles could barely pass. If passing locals caught a glimpse of their convoy, they likely thought nothing of it. A few battered vans hauling tools or produce, perhaps. Nothing to raise suspicion. Yet inside those vans, under tarps or piled in sacks, lay a fortune that dwarfed the average family's dreams. Perhaps there were nervous chuckles as they watched unsuspecting neighbours wave from their doorsteps, never imagining the extraordinary cargo rumbling by. Night fell again, and the illusions that all was normal only deepened, but the tension was about to mount in every corner of Britain. Senior police officials converged on Buckinghamshire. Government ministers demanded swift action and accountability. Rumours flourished in pubs and newspapers alike. How had these robbers gleaned such detailed knowledge of the train's schedule and the mailbag's contents? Was there an inside man? Had some track worker or postal employee provided blueprints and operational secrets? Speculation raged as if the entire country became an amateur detective overnight. Meanwhile, among the thieves, there was hushed conversation about the next steps. The very success they craved now painted a large target on their backs. Even their friends or associates in the underworld might grow jealous or attempt to leverage information for their own gain. Trust was paramount, but trust was also perilous in a game with such high stakes. Thus ended the immediate afterglow of the robbery, giving way to a swirl of uncertainty and fear. In the days that followed, the men would see their pictures, or at least the police sketches, plastered across newspapers under sensational headlines. They would listen to accounts on the radio of their own daring, as though hearing a legend in the making. Yet for all the bravado that had fueled their heist, for all the meticulous planning, they were now in uncharted territory. Taking the money was one thing, holding onto it, laundering it, evading capture, that was the test of a true mastermind. Some among them possessed a flair for blending back into normal life, vanishing into crowded city streets with a surreptitious grin. Others might falter under the enormous pressure, leaving behind breadcrumbs of evidence in an unguarded moment. But those complications loomed on the horizon. For now, on that first night after the great train robbery, the men clung to the single fact that seemed undeniable. They had pulled off the impossible. In a quiet part of Buckinghamshire, they had brought a mail train to an unexpected halt, loaded trucks with millions of pounds in worn, used notes, and vanished without a single policeman aware they had come and gone. The enormity of it all stood like an echo in their minds, resonating through each breath, each glance among them. It would not stay secret for long. Dawn was around the corner for the second day of their new existence, where the fresh reality of the chase would come knocking, demanding to know how these men planned to handle their astonishing and most definitely unwanted fame. And so, the curtain fell on that first act of the great train robbery, a moment suspended in time between the hush of the countryside and the uproar that was sure to follow. The countryside, all its rustic barns and rolling hills and solitary bridges, had provided them with the ideal stage. They had rehearsed their parts meticulously, using cunning, nerve, and timing to accomplish one of the greatest thefts in British history. As they melted into the shadows, the train sat emptied of its treasure, a silent testament to human audacity and the vulnerabilities hidden even in long-established systems. Morning would reveal the scale of their exploit, but for a few more fleeting hours, the culprits would savor that ephemeral victory, breathing in the stillness of a world not yet fully awakened to their extraordinary act. They say that for a few hours at least, the men who staged the great train robbery of 1963 allowed themselves to breathe a measured sigh of relief, holed up in the Buckinghamshire farmhouse or scattered across safe houses hidden along England's winding byways. Under the first light of morning, when the rest of the world still slumbered, they began to confront the reality of their success. They gazed at piles of used banknotes, far more money than most of them had ever seen in one place, and realized that in the dark hours before dawn, they had snatched from the grasp of the postal service, and indeed from the Bank of England itself, a fortune valued at millions of pounds. For an instant, one might imagine an almost electric current of exhilaration coursing through them, as if the brazen, near-military precision of their feat was a dream they had not yet shaken off. That fragile moment of triumph, however, was never destined to last. By midday on August 8, 1963, as the Buckinghamshire police scrambled to make sense of the surreal crime reported along the railway at Bridgo Bridge, an alarm went out to every constabulary in the nation. The overnight Glasgow-London mail train had been forced to halt in the darkness, overpowered by a gang who vanished with an astounding haul of cash. Newspapers received the news within hours, and editors wasted little time setting up headlines that would reverberate around the country. Yet for law enforcement, shock quickly settled into grim determination. Senior detectives from Scotland Yard rushed into Buckinghamshire, along with teams of uniformed officers and plainclothes men from various agencies, each determined to be the first to uncover the robbers' trail. From that point on, the men behind the robbery were living on borrowed time, a time shaped by cunning and an innate understanding that they had offended the powers that be at the highest level, and would be pursued with commensurate zeal. At the farmhouse itself, tension mounted, even as the men tried to keep calm. They had orchestrated the perfect theft in their minds, but no plan is ever truly perfect once carried out in the real world. The driver of the mail train had been injured, and now that fact lay heavy in their thoughts, for causing bodily harm to an innocent working man was not something many of them wished to be associated with. None could deny that an assault charge was a far more serious matter than simple theft, and the pressing issue of a wounded driver only inflamed public outcry against the perpetrators. Meanwhile, they faced another immediate predicament: how to distribute the money securely, how to ensure that in their haste to escape detection, no careless slip would alert the police to their exact whereabouts. A few among them insisted they remain at the farmhouse for only a short while longer, urging that they move everything, money, vehicles, themselves, to safer ground. Others argued that too much movement too soon would attract attention in local villages. In the end, they settled on a compromise. The money would be stashed temporarily at the farmhouse, concealed in various rooms, sheds or barns, and guarded by a rotating handful of the gang, while the rest drifted away in smaller groups to avoid suspicion and make it difficult for investigators to track them all at once. Within the day, however, police began scouring the countryside. Helicopters, an uncommon sight in law enforcement at the time, took to the skies, scanning farmland for anything out of place, any old barn or secluded structure that might harbour suspects. Roadblocks were quickly organised at key junctions. Officers peered into passing vehicles, searching for men whose faces might match the faint descriptions provided by the stunned postal workers. Yet the robbers had taken measures to conceal themselves. They had moved in darkness, scattered their routes, and disguised their appearances. Nor did local villagers have any notion of the magnitude of this hidden drama. Anonymity was easier to maintain in a landscape of fields, winding lanes, and sparse population. Still, the pressure grew, and rumours circulated that certain individuals in the vicinity had observed comings and goings of more vehicles than one might expect for a lone farmhouse. Whether out of curiosity or caution, these locals exchanged whispers that reached the ears of law enforcement. As the second day after the robbery dawned, the men realized that the farmhouse was quickly becoming too great a risk. They began the painstaking task of dividing the money into smaller parcels, assigning different members of the gang to transport these parcels to separate safe houses, or in some cases, stash them in secluded spots, pending a time when the police dragnet might have eased. It was an elaborate shell game. No single location would hold the entire haul, so if one hideout were discovered, only a fraction would be lost, and the rest could still be salvaged. Meanwhile, newspapers across Britain erupted with front-page coverage of the Great Train Robbery, as it was quickly dubbed. By the third day, the story dominated conversations in pubs, clubs, living rooms, and factories, with everyone offering theories about how the gang had managed to halt a train, detach specific carriages, and vanish into the countryside with such military-style precision. It was an audacity that captured the public imagination. Some labelled them fearless villains, others sly Robin Hood figures defying the system, though the reality was more complicated and likely far less romantic than any rumour or quick label would allow. Yet the mythos grew. People took secret delight in the cunning displayed, even if they disapproved of the crime itself. And as the manhunt intensified, the criminals became folk anti-heroes, marginally admired, even if many condemned the harm done to the driver and the risk to the postal workers. Scotland Yard, determined to strip away any glamour, sent some of its finest detectives to Buckinghamshire, joined by local officers who knew the terrain. The farmhouse suspected of harbouring the thieves was soon identified through a combination of tips, tyre tracks, and painstaking detective work. By the time the police arrived, the place appeared abandoned, the interior stripped of any obvious signs of the men's stay. Yet, in their haste, the robbers had not cleaned quite thoroughly enough. Investigators discovered scattered food packaging, personal items, and other trace evidence that confirmed the presence of a group. More telling still, faint traces of banknotes and the wrappings they had come in revealed that the criminals had indeed stored money on site, dividing it among themselves in a hurried exodus. This discovery was a crucial break. Forensic specialists, though limited by the techniques of the time, managed to develop partial fingerprints and gather other small clues. A battered Monopoly board discovered in the farmhouse, according to some accounts, still carried smears of fingerprint-laden residue that might later be matched to known criminals, if the investigators were fortunate enough to find the right men in their database. A more thorough search turned up sacks with fragments of the banknotes' original packaging or labelling, linking them directly to the missing mailbags. The net, though wide, was starting to narrow. The gang's anonymity was eroding. The more they scattered, the more they risked the vulnerabilities of everyday life. Any slip in a public place, any idle boast overheard by the wrong ear, any friend or relative who grew suspicious of sudden wealth could bring the law right to their doorstep. Across the nation, police raids became common in areas where underworld figures were known to operate. Known fences, money launderers, and criminal go-betweens found their establishments visited by stern-faced detectives demanding to know if they had recently handled large amounts of used banknotes or recognized the men rumoured to be behind the robbery. Tensions flared in these circles, for the criminals behind the Great Train robbery needed help laundering the stolen money. Yet anyone who touched that money now brought upon themselves the fury of the most extensive law enforcement operation Britain had seen in decades. This dynamic forced the robbers to rely on only the most trusted contacts, friends or affiliates who had proven their loyalty in past capers. Even so, that loyalty could be fragile. Fear and greed could warp relationships overnight, and many criminals suspected that cooperating with the police might yield favourable treatment if it meant turning in the men who had rocked the establishment so dramatically. Within a matter of weeks, investigators announced the first wave of arrests. These included men who were discovered in suspicious possession of smaller batches of the stolen banknotes, individuals whose fingerprints matched partial prints from the farmhouse, or those who had been identified by postal workers or local witnesses near Bridigo Bridge on that fateful night. Not all of these men were core members of the gang. Some were minor associates or opportunistic criminals who had tried to take a slice of the loot. Still, the police touted these arrests as proof that the net was tightening. The public followed every development in the newspapers, which carried sensational headlines about the slippery thieves and the hunt for Britain's most daring gang. A sense of spectacle shrouded the entire affair. Never had the average citizen seen such a high-stakes game between robbers and law enforcement unfold in almost real time. Meanwhile, certain ringleaders, the men widely suspected of having been front and centre on the night of the heist, managed to remain at large. Even as police paraded lesser figures in front of the press, the true conspirators changed their residences, forging identification documents and travelling under assumed names. Some slipped away to foreign countries, hoping distance would dampen the flame of British scrutiny. Others burrowed deeper into the underworld at home, moving from safe house to safe house. Yet the walls were closing in, for the scale of the manhunt was enormous. The wounded train driver's plight, while he physically recovered from his injuries, galvanized public support for a swift and stern response. Politicians thundered in Parliament that the robbers needed to be brought to justice, that no corner of Britain could serve as a refuge. Across the Atlantic in the United States, the Great Train Robbery fascinated the public as well, and queries poured in from international law enforcement agencies eager to help. In short, the men were running out of places to hide. It was only a matter of time before key arrests followed. In safe houses scattered around London, Manchester and beyond, plainclothes officers waited patiently for the moment to pounce. Some suspects surrendered quietly, perhaps resigned to their fate, while others tried to run, leaping fences in vain attempts to evade the chasing constables. Newspapers revelled in every detail: the thrilling foot chase through a suburban garden, the dramatic standoff in a cramped flat where wads of banknotes were discovered stuffed in kitchen drawers, the covert nighttime raid that netted a suspect rumoured to be one of the primary architects of the heist. All of it merged into a tale as gripping as any serial drama, with each new instalment feeding the public's appetite for revelation. By the time the dust settled, a significant number of those thought to be involved were behind bars. Yet a few key figures remained elusive, and speculation soared that some had slipped abroad, perhaps to Spain's Costa del Sol or South America's sun-baked coastlines, where the cost of anonymity might be purchased with a fraction of the stolen fortune. Many Britons whispered that at least one or two of the conspirators, those who had planned and executed the entire enterprise, had disappeared without leaving so much as a fingerprint, living under assumed identities and enjoying the fruits of their remarkable crime. The notion that someone had truly gotten away clean added a layer of mystique to the entire affair, giving it a faint whiff of legend. Those who were captured faced the slow march of British justice, culminating in lengthy and highly publicised trials. The case became a national spectacle, with each defendant seated in the dock flanked by uniformed officers, while spectators and reporters crowded the gallery for a glimpse of the men who had stopped a train in the dead of night. Front-page photographs showed the accused shielding their faces behind hats or newspapers, their expressions guarded. The prosecution methodically laid out the evidence: the tracks left at the farmhouse, the fingerprints on the Monopoly board, the partial witness identifications, the suspicious banknotes with serial numbers traced back to the stolen haul. In response, some defendants claimed innocence, insisting they had been framed or had merely happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Others conceded smaller roles, hoping for leniency by acknowledging that while they had participated, they had neither planned nor fully understood the scale of the robbery. As the trials wore on, the public's fascination grew. Some grieved for the injured driver, who took the stand to recount the terrifying moments when masked men seized control of the locomotive. His testimony, though subdued, conveyed the fear and disorientation he had suffered, drawing sympathy from the jurors and from the country at large. Postal workers also testified, recalling how they had been sorting mail in cramped compartments one moment and cowering under the orders of armed robbers the next. Through their accounts, the court glimpsed the raw vulnerability of ordinary men overwhelmed by criminals who possessed both cunning and the willingness to intimidate. Eventually, verdicts were handed down. Many of those convicted received exceptionally long sentences, meant to serve as a deterrent to future criminals who might view large-scale heists as glamorous pursuits. In handing down these severe punishments, the court sent a clear message: robbing a mail train, injuring workers, and humiliating the authorities would not be tolerated. Yet while some of the gang languished in prison, whispers emerged that the ringleaders, those who might have possessed the lion's share of the loot, were still at large, living under false identities in some distant corner of the world. In the years that followed, an even stranger phenomenon began to unfold: prison escapes and extradition dramas that drew the public's attention like a magnet. One of the most famous incidents involved a leading figure in the heist who managed to break out of jail, sparking front-page headlines all over again. The circumstances of his escape were cinematic. A deception here, a smuggled item there, a sudden dash for freedom that left officials red-faced and the public enthralled. For weeks the press speculated on his whereabouts. Some claimed he fled to Europe. Others insisted he made it to Australia or Canada, taking with him a cache of hidden money to finance a new life. The police, humiliated by this breach, launched another massive manhunt, but he proved elusive for quite some time. Eventually, rumours of sightings in distant countries peppered the newspapers, generating a swirl of tall tales and half-truths that only increased the man's legend. During this period, a kind of folklore began to grow around the great train robbers, fueled in part by shifting cultural attitudes of the 1960s and 1970s. British society was in flux, questioning authority and romanticising figures who appeared to rebel against the establishment. Some came to view the train robbers as daring rogues who had outwitted a stuffy system, though that perspective often skirted the reality that the crime involved violent coercion and real physical harm. Even so, the lines between condemnation and fascination blurred. Films, radio shows, and unauthorized biographies sprang up, each purporting to reveal hidden truths. Public interest was further stoked by the news that certain individuals connected to the robbery maintained families on the outside, using illicit funds to support their loved ones. Some members of the public took a sympathetic view of them, especially when the families insisted that the criminals had never wished to hurt anyone, that the robbery was meant to be a grand but non-violent larceny gone astray. Meanwhile, the question that loomed largest, aside from where some of the still wanted men might be, was what had happened to the stolen money. The Bank of England launched efforts to track the serial numbers of the missing notes, alerting financial institutions worldwide that any suspicious currency should be reported immediately. A portion of the loot was eventually recovered in the form of small bundles, either found hidden or spent foolishly by bit players who couldn't resist flashing cash. But the vast majority was never definitively accounted for. People whispered that a careful launderer had introduced the notes into circulation over a span of years, parcel by parcel, so that no red flags would be raised. Others claimed that large sums were converted into legitimate assets, property in foreign locales, gold bars, or precious stones that could be traded discreetly. A few suggested that some of it lay buried in remote corners of the English countryside, waiting for the rightful owners to reclaim it once the heat died down. Over time, these rumours took on the allure of treasure hunts. Sporadic stories emerged of hapless souls digging up fields in Buckinghamshire or rummaging through abandoned outbuildings, hoping to unearth a forgotten stash. None of them ever announced a life-changing find, at least not publicly. The mystery lingered like a dull ache in the national imagination. As the 1960s gave way to the 1970s, many of the men convicted in connection with the robbery settled into the rhythms of prison life, their families left to carry on outside. Occasional interviews with these inmates revealed a mixture of regret, bravado, and resignation. Some maintained they had been scapegoats, small-time crooks who'd had no idea of the operation's full scope. Others made cryptic remarks that suggested a lingering loyalty to unseen conspirators. but their actual knowledge of who truly masterminded the heist or how the loot had been laundered remained guarded. The public devoured these interviews as if they were chapters in an unfolding novel, and indeed the Great Train Robbery had become a piece of British law that felt larger than the real men involved. Over time, a handful of participants won appeals or saw their sentences reduced for good behaviour, re-entering society with varying degrees of success. Inevitably, any step they took was scrutinised by the press, which seemed determined to track whether these former robbers continued to live lavishly or had truly reformed. A few tried to capitalise on their notoriety, penning memoirs that sold well enough to keep them in modest comfort. Others attempted to fade into anonymity, taking humble jobs and quietly distancing themselves from the crime that had once made them household names. Yet even as decades passed, the Great Train Robbery retained a kind of mythic glow. The images were too vivid to forget. The train halted in the midnight countryside, masked figures barking orders, mailbags of used banknotes hoisted into waiting trucks, and an entire region turned upside down by the near-legendary aftermath. For law enforcement, the case remained a sore point. While they had arrested many and courts had imposed severe punishments on those convicted, the persistent belief that some ringleaders escaped with much of the cash rankled Britain's officialdom. An array of investigators, both official and self-appointed, continued to chase leads well into the 1970s and 1980s. Retired police officers sometimes wrote books about their part in the manhunt, lamenting missed chances or praising the dogged efforts that had netted the criminals who did stand trial. One detective famously declared his conviction that at least 2 or 3 individuals with intimate knowledge of the robbery had never been caught, and that they most likely used the money to establish comfortable lives abroad, possibly returning to Britain under false identities. In such revelations, speculation thrived. Every rumour of a quiet expat living in luxury in Spain or Panama sparked the question, could that be one of the men who escaped the net? As the cultural tide moved forward, film studios dramatised the events in various ways, sometimes portraying the robbers as gallant anti-heroes, sometimes as hardened thugs. The real story was more nuanced, involving a tangled mix of men, some shrewd and meticulous, others hot-headed and prone to mistakes. Yet, in the popular retellings, the romance of halting a mail train and making off with millions overshadowed the subtler truths. This tension between myth and fact kept the subject alive, so that long after the official inquiries had ended, people continued to debate the details, dissecting how the plan was formed, who controlled the operation, how certain individuals evaded capture for so long, and why only a fraction of the money ever surfaced. Every so often, newspapers would run an anniversary piece, reminding a new generation of readers that this had once been the crime of the century, a moment when a nation's sense of security was abruptly shaken by a ragtag band of thieves who seemed to vanish into the night. In time, a handful of the robbers who had served long sentences were released as older men, no longer the brash figures who had once dashed across fields with sacks of currency. Some granted interviews in which they expressed regret, acknowledging that they had caused lasting distress to ordinary workers on that train, and that the money, however thrilling to steal, had brought with it crushing consequences. Others remained defiant to the end, insisting that the system was stacked against the common man anyway, and that the Great Train Robbery was just one bold act of redistributing wealth from the powerful to those with the nerve to seize it. The public listened to these confessions and justifications with a blend of curiosity, skepticism, and a faint undercurrent of nostalgia for a world that no longer existed. A Britain on the cusp of the swinging 60s, unaware of just how many social, cultural, and technological changes would soon transform the nation. Those who studied the case from a historical or criminological perspective argued that the robbery accelerated changes in security protocols for mail trains and cash transport. No longer would a single locomotive carry such enormous sums of money with minimal protection. Armoured vehicles, tighter procedures for guard training, and improved communication systems became the norm, in part as a response to the lesson that even tradition-bound institutions like the British Railway could be undermined by intelligent criminals willing to push boundaries. In that sense, the Great Train Robbery was not just an audacious theft, but also a catalyst for modernising how valuables were transported, a legacy felt by logistics companies and financial institutions around the world. As the decades slipped by and the main players aged, the frenzy surrounding the robbery subsided into a quieter legacy. The story moved from daily headlines to history books, each retelling shaped by the vantage point of time. It remained an object of fascination, but it also became a case study in how criminals exploit weaknesses in mundane systems, how meticulous planning can defeat even the watchful eyes of law enforcement, at least temporarily, and how the public's imagination can transform outlaws into cultural icons. Scholars noted the parallels with earlier train robberies in America's Old West, or with sea pirates who once haunted trade routes, marveling at how a modern industrial nation could still fall prey to the timeless spectacle of bandits stopping a train in its tracks. Yet for all the analyses, retellings, and musings, one question lingered like a ghostly presence at the edge of memory. Did someone truly get away clean? Had a portion of that enormous sum vanished with a robber who outsmarted the manhunt, forging new documents and boarding a ship or plane to a place where British warrants held no sway? There were men who claimed that yes, indeed, at least one or two conspirators had made it out without leaving a solid trail, living well on the proceeds. Others scoffed, believing that sooner or later all criminals slip up, that any illusions of permanent escape are illusions indeed. It was perhaps that final enigma that continued to hold the public's imagination, that seed of possibility that in some quiet corner of the world, a figure once involved in that daring operation might yet be alive, perhaps reading the newspapers and smiling at how the story continued to captivate an entire nation. Over the years, certain individuals came forward claiming knowledge or possession of leftover stashes from the robbery, though few, if any, proved credible. Historians pored over banknote serial numbers, official ledgers, and personal accounts, trying to pinpoint whether at least half the money had been laundered or if it still lay hidden. The theories multiplied. A popular rumour circulated that a major chunk of the stolen cash was buried in fields not far from Brydego Bridge, waiting for the rightful owners to retrieve it. Another story suggested that the money was smuggled piecemeal into Europe, then converted into Swiss bank accounts under coded names. With no definitive resolution, these rumours simply merged with the evolving legend, as unstoppable as the tide. The men who remained behind bars for many years found that society was no longer the same place when they finally emerged. Britain had changed, economically, culturally, technologically, and the lumps of used currency they had once risked everything to steal were, by then, effectively worthless in a transformed financial system. For those who had escaped justice or served shorter sentences, life had moved on as well, but the robbery continued to define them in the public eye. Whether they wanted that fame or not, they were chained to the Great Train Robbery as the central event of their lives. Some tried to distance themselves, changing their names and seeking anonymity in corners of the country or abroad, but the press or curious amateurs often tracked them down. In that sense, no one involved fully outran the heist's shadow, which stretched across the decades. As the 20th century drew to a close, television specials commemorated major crimes and trials of the previous decades, and inevitably the Great Train Robbery made the list. Elderly detectives who had worked the case reminisced about the intense search, the near-sleepless nights spent chasing leads, and the frustration of seeing big players slip through their fingers. Retired postal workers revisited the subject with both pride at having survived such a unique ordeal, and residual anger over the violence inflicted upon them. The children of the robbers sometimes spoke out, reflecting on the strange inheritance they had received from parents whose actions were both revered and condemned by the wider public. Gradually, the men themselves began to pass away, one by one, their funerals noted in brief news reports that recalled their part in the legendary theft. And with each passing, a piece of the story slipped further into history, leaving behind the persistent question marks that were never resolved. Old rumours occasionally flared up. A tip that someone recognised a face in Spain, that a man in South America confessed on his deathbed to being one of the missing conspirators, but these leads rarely amounted to much. In time, the Great Train Robbery lived on primarily in books, documentaries, and the collective British consciousness, an audacious chapter in modern crime, a testament to both the cunning of criminals and the unyielding determination of the law. Every so often, a quiet figure might shuffle into a pub, order a pint, and begin telling stories of the old days, how a friend of a friend once knew one of the train robbers, how there was a secret handshake that proved you were part of the circle that stashed some money, how the driver, who eventually passed on, never quite recovered from the fear inflicted that night. These stories would drift among the patrons, many of whom had never been born when the robbery took place, but who had heard echoes of it all their lives, through family recollections or media broadcasts. In that way, the Great Train Robbery carried on, less as a living event and more as a folk tale woven into the tapestry of Britain's modern cultural identity. Looking back at it all, one might say that the aftermath, the massive manhunt, the trials, the prison sentences and escapes, the public's obsession, the lingering question of unrecovered loot, was a saga in its own right, perhaps even more dramatic and far-reaching than the heist itself. While the initial crime had been carried out over a few tense hours in the small hours of the morning, the reverberations of that act spanned decades, touching the lives of lawmen, criminals, journalists, politicians, and ordinary citizens, intrigued by an event that combined old-world banditry with mid-century modern cunning. The legacy remains. Visitors to that stretch of railway in Buckinghamshire might look upon the scene and imagine they can still sense the hush of the night when a train screeched to a stop under red lights rigged by thieves. A hush broken by shouts and the rush of stolen mailbags hitting the ground. In the end, the Great Train Robbery has stood as a testament to both the power and the peril of audacity. It showed how a group of determined men could exploit routine and complacency within established systems, could harness daring and methodical planning to outmaneuver the guardians of law, if only for a time. It also showed that even the boldest criminals become ensnared by the aftermath of their deeds, either spending years behind bars, living on the run, or grappling with the weight of public fame that neither they nor their families could ever completely outrun. And for the public, it remains an enduring riddle. How much of the loot was truly recovered? Which conspirators escaped justice? And whether someone, somewhere, might still be living in quiet comfort thanks to that silent, moonlit raid on the railway. Thus the story endures, suspended between fact and legend, crime and myth, a chapter in British history that refuses to settle neatly into a single narrative. For those who experienced it firsthand, either as victims or investigators or conspirators, it was a stark reminder that the border between the ordinary and the extraordinary can be crossed in a single dramatic night. For the generations that followed, it became an artifact of cultural memory, symbolizing a time when a handful of men found a vulnerability in one of the most routine systems of daily life, a mail train that no one believed could be so easily derailed from its schedule, and seized what might be considered by many the ultimate prize. The money may have scattered to the winds, but the echoes of that moment still linger whenever someone mentions the great train robbery, and a crowd leans closer to hear the tale once more, drawn by the fascination with a boldness rarely seen before or since, and by the restless hope that someday, perhaps a final piece of truth might emerge to complete the puzzle. I remember the hush that fell over the narrow streets of Antwerp when dusk crept in, as though every lamppost and shuttered shop understood the weight of history pressing down on this old European city. The Diamond District itself was a compact realm of high security and hush transactions, a place where fortunes changed hands in discreet offices and behind polished steel doors. Men in tailored suits walked briskly, their leather briefcases clutched tight, while armed guards surveyed the sidewalks from behind tinted windows. The cold Belgian wind would slice through the corridor of buildings, carrying the faint scent of the Scheldt River, which lay just beyond the row of stone facades. It was in this district, among the vaults and cameras and watchful eyes, that a plan of unprecedented audacity began to take shape. A plan so meticulous and cunning that it demanded months of preparation and a particular type of mind willing to gamble everything on the promise of glittering reward. They called themselves the School of Turin, though few ever heard that name whispered. No official marker existed to brand them with that title. It was more an informal moniker shared in hushed tones among those who marvelled at their technical skill. They were men born to the craft of stealth and subterfuge, raised on the quiet outskirts of Italian cities where cunning and resourcefulness were prized above all else. It was said that each member possessed a special talent, a unique set of skills refined over years of minor thefts and ever bolder exploits. They had studied locks the way a scholar pores over ancient texts, memorizing every nuance of mechanical movement until, piece by piece, they could defeat nearly any system placed before them. From forging keys to manipulating electronic circuits, from circumventing alarms to slipping unnoticed through watchful corridors, they honed these abilities into something formidable. Still, the Diamond District of Antwerp was no ordinary fortress to be stormed. If they were to succeed in that realm of vaults and labyrinthine security, they would need a plan that danced on the edge of impossibility. In the early autumn months before the heist, a man named Leonardo Notarbartolo arrived in the city under the guise of a gem dealer from abroad. He rented a modest office within the heart of the Diamond District, blending in among the legitimate merchants and jewelers who operated there. One might have mistaken him for any other small-time trader, hoping to carve out a niche among the polished stones and expertly cut facets that passed daily through these blocks. Yet beneath that carefully cultivated exterior, he observed everything: the flow of foot traffic, the changing of security shifts, the placement of cameras, and the hidden rhythms of a neighborhood perpetually on guard. He noticed which shops remained open late, which employees took their coffee breaks at precisely 8:30 in the morning, and which doors possessed advanced magnetic locks that hummed softly when engaged. Each detail was a piece of a larger puzzle that he mentally constructed, day by day, hour by hour, until he understood the architecture of that world as though he had designed it himself. While Notarbartolo established as cover, the rest of the group operated in the shadows. They flew in at staggered times, ensuring none of them drew attention by travelling as a cohort. They took care to stay in humble lodgings, scattered across the outskirts of Antwerp, each man carrying only the tools essential to his particular role. Some nights, they gathered in inconspicuous apartments lit by a single lamp, faces half in shadow, coffee growing cold on the table, and a map of the diamond district sprawled out before them. They whispered of guard rotations, scribbled notes on what types of cameras the vault might employ, and discussed the complexities of bypassing motion sensors and advanced electronic locks. The tension in the room felt almost electric, for they knew that any miscalculation could lead to catastrophe. Yet there was an undercurrent of excitement too, a heady thrill that came from aiming so high above what common sense would dictate. For them, success meant more than money. It meant legacy. In those late-night meetings, they slowly pieced together the precise strategy. Their focus was on a particular vault buried beneath the diamond centre in Antwerp, guarded by multiple layers of protection that seemed insurmountable at first glance. They knew it had been heralded as one of the most secure vaults in the world, a statement that nearly dared them to test its defences. Steel doors with advanced locks and complex alarm systems, a seismic sensor capable of detecting drilling or tampering, heat detectors that would notice changes in temperature, infrared beams that would register the slightest motion, and biometric locks that required authorized fingerprints. These features made many criminals abandon even the thought of infiltration. Yet for the school of Turin, those layered defenses were precisely the sort of challenge they had dreamed of all their lives. They sought not just to break in, but to do so without triggering so much as a whisper of suspicion, until it was all but over. In the crisp mornings of late autumn, Notarbartolo would walk through the diamond district with a measured stride. He'd pass by security guards who nodded to him in recognition, never suspecting the depths of his intention. He established himself as a mild, affable character, offering small tokens of friendliness, a greeting here, a casual conversation about precious stones there, so that no one thought to question his daily routines. In his rented office, he displayed modest amounts of jewellery, just enough to sustain the illusion of commerce. Some days he would sit at a wide desk and pretend to study various loose diamonds under a loupe, feigning absorption in the minute details of clarity and cut. In reality, his mind was elsewhere, piecing together how the vault's security schedule correlated with the comings and goings he had witnessed. Each new day brought more data: how many times certain staff members accessed the vault, which guards lingered near the front desk, and who, if anyone, might pose a wild card in the security layout. Gradually, the group formed a plan so precise that each member's role was choreographed to the hour. There was the locksmith, a quiet man rumoured to have once studied under a master engineer who specialised in high-security locks. He spent his downtime studying advanced locking mechanisms that bore resemblances to the vault's rumoured design, perfecting his technique for picking or bypassing them. There was the man adept at electronics, who carried an array of circuit boards, wires, and improvised gadgets in a nondescript suitcase. He would test these devices in private, connecting them to a small rig that simulated alarm systems. If one device failed, he revised and tested again until he could tamper with alarm circuits without leaving a trace. Another was skilled in bypassing infrared sensors, understanding the subtle ways to manipulate or block them. He had once boasted that he could cross a motion sensor-laden corridor in complete darkness without setting off even a flicker of light. And then there was the figure who seemed to know everything about forging credentials. He specialized in forging identifications, replicating key cards, and, in some extraordinary cases, mimicking biometric data well enough to fool certain scanners. Each member existed in that delicate balance between genius and obsession, their combined expertise forming a symphony of subterfuge. Night by night, they expanded their knowledge of the Diamond District's subterranean layout. They discovered that beyond the main building, behind layers of gates and passcodes, a reinforced elevator descended to an underground vault. They learned that motion detectors and heat sensors guarded the corridor leading to that vault door, but the group also discovered weaknesses. They identified blind spots in camera coverage, the intangible gaps left by human complacency. Some cameras could be temporarily diverted or tampered with if one had the correct tools and timing. Others might be fed a loop of harmless images, though that required an extraordinary level of technical prowess. The group considered each possibility, evaluating risk and reward. Nothing was rushed. They were content to wait until they were as certain as humanly possible that they could pull off this enormous feat without detection. December arrived, bringing with it a sharp chill in the air, a somber grey that seemed to settle over the city of Antwerp. At times, snow dusted the cobblestones, muffling footsteps and lending a certain hush to the early evenings. The Diamond District pressed on, as it always did, for diamonds paid no heed to the season. Traders continued their dealings, hoisting small velveteen pouches of precious stones, conversing in a flurry of languages about clarity, colour, and carats. Meanwhile, tucked away in their rented rooms, the school of Turin assembled prototypes of the specialized gear they would need. They constructed duplicates of keys based on short glimpses Nota Bartolo had obtained. They tested ways to disable or deceive an infrared sensor by using a carefully cut piece of acrylic, shaped just right to shield the sensor's view. They rehearsed how to place reflective tape or a simple clamp device in precisely the correct spot to break a circuit or fool a camera lens. The tension grew as they discussed the ramifications of their actions. Some nights, a subdued silence fell upon them as they considered the near certainty that if they were caught, Belgian authorities, backed by an international coalition of investigators, would show no mercy. The Diamond District was sacred ground for global commerce. Stealing from it wasn't just theft. It was an affront to a well-guarded tradition of wealth and influence that spanned continents. Yet in that hush, they found clarity. Each one had come too far to back away now. Months of planning, near-obsessive attention to detail, and the possibility of a life-changing payoff compelled them forward. Success would be a testament to their combined prowess, an audacious statement that no vault, no matter how secure, was truly impenetrable. Throughout this period, their reconnaissance revealed another critical element. The building's caretaker, an older gentleman who roamed the halls, especially at odd hours. They learned that he dutifully locked up each evening and occasionally checked the basement level. He had a habitual route, always starting at the rear exit, then walking the corridor that led to the main basement storage, then finally passing through the route adjacent to the vault. Though he did not have direct access to the vault itself, his presence in those subterranean corridors introduced yet another variable they had to anticipate. They discussed how best to keep him unaware, possibly by choosing a time when he would be off the premises or distracted. They also noted a particular quirk. The caretaker liked to keep the basement lights dim, perhaps to save energy or maintain an atmosphere of quiet. Dim lighting might help them remain hidden, but it also made the sensors more vital. Every piece of intelligence they gathered was a double-edged sword. Every advantage carried a hidden risk. At times, they tested their own nerves by running practice drills in a makeshift workshop. They constructed a mock version of the vault door using dimensions gleaned from rumoured specifications and any data Notarbartolo could glean during his gradual infiltration. They measured how quickly they could manipulate the combination dial, how silently they could open the steel door without letting it ring against its frame. The group's members timed each other, criticised each other, and forced one another to repeat the steps until every movement felt second nature. Yet the real vault, hidden beneath layers of cameras and locked doors, was a different beast altogether. They knew that no matter how accurately they replicated the conditions, there would still be an intangible unpredictability the night they finally made their move. By the time January arrived, the group's confidence had grown, though none of them spoke the word success aloud. Superstition held them in its grip. Naming the outcome might spook their carefully laid plans. Instead, they refined their strategy further, analysing shifts in the building's personnel, trying to ascertain the ideal day and time to strike. They watched the weather, for sometimes heavy snow or rainfall could reduce visibility and hamper the police response if an alarm were triggered. They debated whether a weekday or weekend offered the best opportunities. On one hand, weekends saw fewer people in the building, fewer watchers. But fewer watchers could also mean that any unexpected movements might stand out all the more. On the other hand, a weekday brought the bustle of normal business operations, more foot traffic, but also more potential to blend into the background. This was the type of tactical discussion that lasted for hours, each side presenting scenarios. In the end, they resolved to adapt to real-time conditions, waiting for a window that felt most advantageous. Notarbartolo's rented office became their informal command centre. He had managed to install a small surveillance camera near his desk, angled cleverly to capture a portion of the corridor leading toward the vault elevator. From that vantage point, they observed the pattern of employees, the times they entered the restricted area, and which tools they carried. The images were grainy, often revealing only silhouettes or partial glimpses of uniforms, but the frequency with which certain people accessed the lower levels provided a clue about how frequently the vault door would be opened and who might have the necessary clearance. Late in the evenings, when the building was nearly empty, Notarbartolo would replay the footage, pausing it to note even the subtlest detail, the shape of someone's keyring, the glow of a keypad, or the posture of a guard who seemed a bit too relaxed. A few members of the group ventured beyond the city on occasion, staying away for a few days before returning. They claimed it was to avoid drawing suspicion by lingering too long in Antwerp. During these absences, they carried with them small pieces of the puzzle, a partial blueprint, a sample of wire, an electronic device. If they were stopped, those items might look innocent enough, but taken together they told a story of infiltration. Nevertheless, no one in Belgian law enforcement had any reason to be on alert. Business was normal. Tourists still visited Antwerp's historic quarter. Diamond traders continued to file their customary paperwork and show polished stones to prospective buyers. No one looked at Notarbartolo and his compatriots with more than passing interest. The vault and its guardians had no idea that an invisible net was slowly tightening around them. As the final weeks approached, the men refined their plan with more precision. Entry would take place on a Saturday night, when the building's usual occupants were gone and the caretaker's checks were fairly predictable. They would use forged access cards, one of which was carefully replicated from a discarded card that Notarbartolo had found in a nearby trash bin, a careless disposal by someone who assumed no one would rummage through commercial refuse. Another forged card was made, by observing a guard's card up close for a few seconds, just enough time to note the critical data. The biometric lock, rumoured to require a fingerprint, posed a significant challenge. They had surmised that certain individuals might leave latent prints on glass surfaces, possibly outside the vault area. Their plan involved retrieving and reproducing one such print with a specialised kit. Though success remained uncertain, nonetheless the electronics expert seemed confident that his modified circuit board could also bypass or spoof certain biometric signals if carefully integrated with the system wiring. This was the crux of the heist, ensuring they could navigate each layer of security without triggering an alarm that would bring the city's police screaming down on them within minutes. The day finally arrived, cold and unassuming, as a faint drizzle washed over Antwerp. By late afternoon, the Diamond District quieted more than usual. That night, a waxing moon cast pale light across the rooftops, illuminating the old stonework buildings. The group took separate routes into the district, each man carrying a specially prepared duffel bag. A thick tension weighed on them as they converged, not in a single conspicuous group, but scattered around the block. Notar Bartolo had already slipped into his rented office earlier that afternoon, telling any curious neighbours that he had late paperwork to catch up on. In the back of that small office behind a makeshift partition, his associates waited, hearts pounding with the knowledge that what they were about to do would be etched into the annals of criminal history, or end in disaster. They spoke little in those last moments, exchanging only quiet nods and double-checking gear. A hush fell among them, broken only by the hum of the ventilation system. Then, one by one, they filed out into the corridor, timing their steps so that the caretaker, if he was making his usual rounds, would be on the far side of the building. The electronic security man carried a compact kit, wires neatly coiled, and a pair of specialised pliers that could strip insulation in seconds. The locksmith had a small case filled with picks of different shapes and sizes, tension wrenches, and a refined copy of the vault key, painstakingly crafted over months of stealthy observation. The others clutched the tools essential to their roles, whether that meant bridging connections in the alarm system or quietly removing ceiling panels to slip cables through. They reached the corridor leading to the basement elevator. A single camera loomed above them, but they had anticipated its presence. A small mirror-like device was carefully placed over the lens, redirecting its view to a loop of empty hallway that was fed in from a device in a nearby maintenance panel. The electronics expert had rigged it earlier in the day, slipping away from prying eyes long enough to wire in a loop feed. As far as the security system was concerned, that camera saw only an undisturbed corridor. The group could move unseen beneath its unblinking gaze. Then came the elevator doors, locked to unauthorized personnel. A discreet beep indicated the presence of a card reader. One of the men slid in the forged access card, and a light turned green. The steel doors parted with a muffled chime, revealing an unremarkable elevator carriage with dull overhead lighting. It was almost anticlimactic stepping into that elevator that so many legitimate diamond traders had used during normal business hours. They descended to the subterranean level, their hearts pounding as the elevator hummed faintly. When the doors slid open, they found themselves in a narrower corridor, lit by fluorescent bulbs, the walls painted in a dull white. A sign indicated restricted access. Down here, the building's hum of pipes and ventilation reverberated, echoing hollowly off the floor. A sensor likely watched for motion, so the man adept at infrared infiltration stepped forward. He carefully affixed a shield-like material, something akin to a large plastic sheet, across the sensor's vantage point, angled just so. If done correctly, the sensor would register the same temperature and motion reading, never realizing that multiple bodies had slipped past. The group moved slowly, with deliberate footsteps, ensuring they made as little noise as possible against the scuffed linoleum. They reached a sturdy metal door with another reader. This door led to the final hallway, the threshold just before the vault's antechamber. Here, the lock was rumoured to be more advanced, scanning both a card and a user's fingerprint. The forging expert produced a small device, something between a plastic sheath and a sensor overlay. He placed it against the scanner, pressing a fingerprint that had been meticulously replicated from latent prints discovered on an office glass days before. For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then the red light switched to green and the door mechanism clicked. A nearly inaudible exhalation rippled through the group. Months of careful intelligence, weeks of forging that single print had borne fruit. They pushed the door open and stepped through, exchanging fleeting glances that spoke of relief and heightened urgency. Each passing second was precious. They had to remain methodical and calm, for one mishap could unravel everything. Inside the antechamber, a more specialized sensor awaited them. It was said that this system combined motion detection with light sensitivity, ensuring that any presence would be instantly logged. The electronics man set to work on a small access panel, removing 4 screws with quick turns of a precision tool. He peered inside the panel, searching for the correct wires to attach his bypass device. This was the crucial moment. If he spliced the wrong wire or triggered a tamper switch, the entire Diamond District would soon echo with sirens. Silence loomed heavily as he stripped a tiny portion of insulation and connected a pair of wires to his rig. He pressed a switch and a small LED glowed on the device. He replaced the panel cover, leaving the rig inside, the tiny circuit bridging the system so that it believed the corridor was empty. Another potential alarm diffused. They crept forward, heart still hammering. Finally they arrived at the entrance to the vault itself. Before them stood an imposing steel door, reputed to be nearly impenetrable, bearing multiple locking bolts that extended deep into its frame. The door was flanked by a combination dial, a slot for a physical key, and further silent guardians, heat detectors, a magnetic sensor on the door, and likely a seismic sensor on the vault walls. This was the fortress they had come so far to conquer, and though they had drilled for this moment countless times, the reality was far more intense. The door's surface glistened in the fluorescent light, and the group took a moment to ready themselves. The locksmith stepped forward, feeling for the dial as though greeting an old friend. Another man removed a specialized blanket-like material designed to insulate against sudden changes in temperature, intending to drape it over the vault door once it was open to avoid triggering any thermal sensors within. The locksmith began to work on the combination dial, turning it slowly, his ear pressed close to the metal, listening for the faint clicks of the internal wheels. Such work demanded exquisite patience. He made minute adjustments, pausing to gauge whether a certain notch indicated the correct alignment or just a trick of acoustics. In that hush, each breath sounded deafening. Then, an almost imperceptible shift in tension told him he had the first number. He moved on to the next, coaxing the dial with the gentlest of touches. Meanwhile, the others stood watch, glancing back toward the corridor they had come through, straining to hear any footstep that wasn't their own. After what felt like an eternity, the locksmith nodded. He carefully inserted the forged key into the lock. It turned with a smoothness that seemed a testament to their months of preparation. The heavy bolts retracted with a drawn-out clunk, echoing in the confined space. The door swung open, revealing the interior of the vault. Yet this was only the beginning of the labyrinth inside. Row upon row of safe deposit boxes lined the vault's walls. Some were private lockers, sealed tight with reinforced locks. Others were compartments secured by digital passcodes. Each box potentially held diamonds, jewelry, or precious metals. Their plan called for a targeted approach, hitting the boxes that were rumoured to contain the greatest troves of valuables. Notta Bartolo had gleaned hints from the district's gossip, boxes belonging to certain high-rolling dealers or storage used by wealthy collectors. That intelligence had cost him many hours of casual conversation, carefully planted questions, and discreet eavesdropping. Still, there were no guarantees. The vault was filled with the locked secrets of dozens of depositors. If they chose poorly, they might miss the real treasures. If they spent too long rummaging, they might raise suspicion or run out of time. Moving swiftly, they laid out tools specialized for cracking open individual boxes. Some required mechanical picks, while others needed electronic bypasses. The men spread out, each assigned to a specific cluster of boxes. The electronics expert attached a small drill-like device to one digital lock, a contraption that vibrated at a frequency intended to disrupt the lock's internal mechanism. Another man inserted a scope into the thin gap of a mechanical lock, peering at the pins so he could manipulate them precisely. They worked methodically, opening boxes one after the other, rummaging for diamonds, gold bars, currency, or anything else of high value and easy transport. As they piled their findings into duffel bags, the vault's fluorescent light revealed glimpses of glittering stones, sealed envelopes, bundles of euros, and even pieces of antique jewelry. Time was their greatest enemy now. Every second spent inside was a second closer to potential discovery. They moved with rehearsed efficiency, ignoring the sense of awe that might accompany seeing such wealth arrayed in front of them. They knew better than to be dazzled or greedy. Some boxes were simply too well guarded or locked, and they chose to bypass them rather than waste precious minutes. Others opened with startling ease, revealing more valuables than they could have hoped for. They weighed diamonds in small pouches, quickly assessing their likely value by cut and clarity. No real conversation transpired. The hush was absolute, broken only by the metal clink of opening boxes and the faint rustle of bag fabric. Their hearts thumped, adrenaline coursed, but their minds remained focused on the precise tasks at hand. When their allotted time came close to elapsing, the group signaled each other that it was time to leave. Each man double-checked his assigned set of boxes, ensuring no evidence, such as a forgotten tool or a slip of paper, was left behind. They also took care not to leave the vault in disarray, wanting to delay the moment someone realized something was amiss. They had no illusions of covering every trace, but they aimed to slow the reaction of security and law enforcement, ideally buying themselves enough time to be well clear of Antwerp. When they were finished, they gently swung the vault door shut. The locksmith attempted to relock it just enough that it might appear undisturbed at a casual glance. Perhaps the next guard or user of the vault would only realize what had happened after noticing the damage to certain boxes. Or maybe the caretaker, in his routine check, would spot something amiss. The school of Turin hoped to slip out before any of that occurred. With their duffel bags in hand, heavier now with the weight of stolen diamonds and assorted treasure, they retraced their steps through the corridor. The electronics man reversed some of the bypass devices, leaving no obvious signs of tampering, while others were small enough to remain hidden in the walls, as removing them would have risked a triggered alarm. They again shielded the motion sensors, carefully removing or disabling the temporary mirrors used on cameras. The caretaker was nowhere in sight, but they moved quickly and quietly all the same. By the time they reached the elevator, they breathed a bit easier, though the tension refused to truly dissipate until they were out on the street, away from the building's oppressive hush. Stepping into the elevator, they had the presence of mind to mask their faces from the camera, should any backup system be recording. Then up they went, rising back to ground level, clutching their illicit bounty. The building's entrance hall was deserted at that late hour, lit by a single overhead fixture. They slipped out a side door where a crisp wind greeted them with a sudden gust. The city seemed almost tranquil, unaware of the grand theft unfolding in its core. Night had deepened, the moon obscured by clouds, granting them the cover of darkness as they moved away from the diamond center. Within minutes they had dispersed, each heading in a predetermined direction to avoid traveling as a group. Some took side streets, others had vehicles parked just out of camera range, and at least one vanished down a dim alley that led to a less patrolled part of Antwerp. In that final moment, stepping out into the cold night, they felt a mix of surreal triumph and the simmering anxiety of men who have brushed the edges of fate and lived to tell the tale. Back inside the diamond center, everything remained silent. Guards carried on routine checks at the perimeter, never suspecting a heist of such scale had just transpired beneath them. Infrared sensors and biometric locks remained in place, apparently unbreached. There were no alarms screaming through the corridors, no frantic phone calls to the police. The caretaker might have been dozing in some distant corner of the building, or perhaps he was making his usual round upstairs. Whatever the reason, the school of Turin emerged from the labyrinth with their prize. Months of painstaking surveillance, planning and practice had culminated in this moment of near flawless execution. The city slept on, dreaming its usual dreams, while the thieves disappeared into the darkness. By the time Sunday morning light crept over the rooftops, the Diamond District awoke to discover that the impossible had happened. Yet in that initial haze of dawn, few people realized just how deeply they had been violated. The men of the school of Turin were already miles away, possibly on roads leading out of Belgium, possibly holed up in a safe house to sort and assess their haul. They had left behind barely a trace, or so it seemed. For now, though, in the final moments of their grand escape, they breathed the crisp winter air, hearts still pounding, consumed by the near unfathomable reality that they had just pulled off one of the most audacious diamond heists in modern history. And so ended this first act, in the hush of a city that did not yet know it had been robbed of millions in diamonds and jewels, an act born of cunning, discipline, and a quiet confidence that, for one fleeting moment, no lock was truly unbreakable. They had bypassed the most advanced security systems in the world, crossing that threshold from planning to execution with the nimbleness of men who lived in the delicate intersection of skill and risk. And in that haunting silence of early morning, they vanished like wraiths, leaving behind unanswered questions and a vault that would soon reveal the astonishing secret of its hollowed interior. When Sunday morning arrived in Antwerp's Diamond District, the city came awake in its usual unhurried way. A few shop owners cleaning their windows, a security guard or two wandering their routine patrols, and traders trickling into the quiet streets to finalize weekend deals or prepare for the coming week's bustle. Yet, within the fortified walls of the Diamond Center, a strange tension seeped into the corridors. A guard tasked with making a perfunctory circuit of the basement floor sensed something was off. The air felt heavier than usual, and a subtle disarray in the hallway, footprints that shouldn't have been there, a slight smear on the elevator panel, hinted at an intrusion. It was only when he reached the door to the lower-level vault, noticing that it was not quite flush against its massive frame, that he felt a cold surge of alarm clench in his stomach. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. His radio crackled as he hurried to contact the building's control room, voice wavering as he reported that the unbreakable vault door was ajar. Within minutes, more personnel rushed downstairs. Even in those first stunned moments, they could see that the steel door, heralded as one of the most secure in the world, had been opened during the night. As they switched on the vault's interior lights, the magnitude of the violation became painfully clear. Dozens of safe deposit boxes yawned open, their contents gone. Some locks were neatly picked, others were pried open with unnerving precision, revealing the emptiness where jewels, currency, and diamonds had once been stored. For a breathless instant, the staff could only stare at the gaping rows of boxes, trying to comprehend how a fortress beneath layers of biometric locks, infrared sensors, and steel barriers had been so thoroughly and silently undone. Beyond the immediate shock lay a chilling realization. The thieves had left hardly any traces of their methods, no obvious chaos or destruction. It felt almost surgical, as though these men had dissected the vault's defenses with calm, methodical skill. An alarm belatedly wailed through the corridors, but the thieves were long gone, dissipated into the labyrinth of Antwerp streets the previous night. Officials began arriving from every corner of the district, building security heads, insurance representatives, and eventually squads of Belgian police. The normally hushed halls filled with urgent footsteps, hushed conversations, and the flash of camera lights as investigators photographed every inch of the crime scene. People who worked in the Diamond Centre, from gem polishers to brokers, stood by in a daze, some murmuring that it was impossible, others recalling vague rumours about cunning Italian thieves or the so-called School of Turin. But speculation offered little comfort now. The prime question was how. How had they breached multiple layers of modern security that, until that moment, had been regarded as nearly impregnable? Within hours, the entire Diamond District reverberated with the news. Men in somber suits, their faces etched with panic, scrambled to determine if their particular vault boxes had been robbed. Private guards were summoned, as were attorneys, underwriters, and government officials, all colliding in the building's lobby with hushed urgency. The rumour whispered in corners was that the loss could be staggering, perhaps exceeding $100 million in jewels and cash. Some even floated more astronomical figures, though no one could confirm the exact amount. The only certainty was that the thieves had taken care to clear out the most valuable deposit boxes, leaving others untouched. This pointed to a degree of knowledge that rattled even the most seasoned security experts. Had someone inside helped them? Or were they simply that good? By midday, local law enforcement had secured the entire building. Crime scene tapes sectioned off corridors, while forensic specialists in white coveralls set to work with brushes and vacuum devices designed to capture every stray fibre or particle. The men and women combing that vault found themselves dumbfounded by the precision of the incursion. Cameras that should have recorded the theft showed only repeating loops of empty hallways or inexplicably glitched footage. The advanced locks on the doors exhibited no outward signs of forced entry. One or two sensors had been tampered with in such a subtle way that the sabotage would likely have gone unnoticed for weeks had the theft not been discovered. Confronted with this artistry, the investigators realized that conventional methods of tracing the criminals, standard fingerprints, chaotic footprints, broken glass were unlikely to yield immediate answers. From the start, the Belgian police understood that this was not a simple burglary. It bore the mark of professionals with specialized knowledge and global connections, a near military precision that implicated a highly disciplined ring. The press soon got wind of the story, and as Sunday gave way to Monday, reporters from all over Europe converged on Antwerp. They clamoured for details, wanting to piece together the narrative of how the world's most secure vault could be emptied of diamonds in a single night. A swirl of speculation emerged. Some believed it was an inside job orchestrated by disgruntled employees. Others suggested an Italian or Eastern European crime syndicate with near limitless resources. Still others posited that perhaps only a fraction of the stolen gems were actually legitimate, implying that shadowy brokers might have been involved in laundering illicit stones. But speculation alone couldn't solve the case. Concrete leads were needed. Early leads pointed investigators toward a name that had quietly circulated: Leonardo Notarbartolo. He was known, though not widely so, to have rented a small office in the Diamond Centre, posing as a minor gem dealer. At first, the idea that one unassuming man could orchestrate this monstrous heist seemed absurd, but the timelines began to align. Some staff in the building recalled seeing him over the preceding months, occasionally in the company of nondescript visitors who never lingered. As the authorities dug deeper, they discovered he had quietly vacated his office just before the heist. That alone might not have been incriminating had it not coincided so precisely with the break-in. The pieces started forming an outline of suspicion. While Leonardo's official background was murky, local police uncovered suggestions of previous involvement in smaller jewelry thefts, though nothing on this unimaginable scale. A sting of excitement rippled through the investigative team, tempered by caution. They had a name, but no proof he was the mastermind. Only circumstantial hints that he'd been there at the right time, with an unknown retinue and possessed knowledge of diamond transactions. Still, with few other tangible suspects, they focused on finding him. A wave of police checks spread across Belgium and into neighbouring countries. Airports, train stations and ports were alerted to watch for the name. Meanwhile, detectives interviewed every Diamond Centre employee, from janitors to security guards, trying to see if Leonardo had recruited an insider or gleaned sensitive data from casual conversations. They discovered that despite being charming and amiable in his manner, he'd never revealed much about himself, nor had he seemed to do any significant business. Yet he was always watching, quietly, politely, but with a seemingly insatiable interest in the building's security. As the net tightened, whispers emerged that the investigation had found an unlikely clue on the outskirts of the city. A farmer, going about his morning routine, had stumbled upon a discarded garbage bag in a roadside ditch. Inside were scattered envelopes from the Diamond Centre, bits of wiring, half-burned documents, and other odd scraps that reeked of improvised disposal, items that authorities quickly realised might connect directly to the heist. Soon labelled the garbage bag evidence, its contents offered an unexpected glimpse into the cunning and, yes, the errors of the thieves. In it, investigators found a partially destroyed invoice for a video camera, later dubbed a decoy camera, that might have been used to feed false images to the building's surveillance system. There were also tangled wires that matched certain devices discovered in the Diamond Centre's disabled sensors, as well as a handful of plastic strips cut in shapes that seemed custom designed for jamming motion detectors. The discovery of this bag was a pivotal break in the case, bridging the intangible brilliance of the break-in with tangible, real-world evidence. Crucially, among the scraps of paper was a receipt bearing a partial fingerprint. It wasn't conclusively Leonardo's, but it pointed to an associate of his, a man rumoured to be part of a small network operating out of Italy. Investigators were elated. This was their first real forensic link to any suspect. Now, they had not just a name, but potential co-conspirators. Slowly, the shape of a close-knit ring emerged. Skilled specialists in lock-picking, electronic sabotage, and infiltration. The detectives began calling them the School of Turin, adopting the underworld moniker that was whispered among those who admired such heists. Each passing day revealed new threads linking these men to a history of smaller robberies across Europe, though none approached the scale or brazenness of the Antwerp job. With methodical intensity, Belgian authorities opened lines of communication with Interpol, sharing whatever they learned. It became a race against time. If these thieves were still in Europe, the police wanted them before they slipped away overseas or found new identities. Leonardo was apprehended about a week after the discovery of the garbage bag. He was picked up, according to some accounts, on a quiet highway leading out of Belgium. Others said he was cornered just outside Turin, stepping out of a modest vehicle that matched a description from the Diamond District. However it happened, the Belgian police wasted no time transporting him back to Antwerp under heavy guard. The press seized on the arrest, branding Leonardo as the mastermind behind the century's greatest diamond heist, though investigators privately admitted that they had yet to piece together the full chain of events or prove he orchestrated every detail. In those early interrogations, Leonardo insisted he was an innocent bystander, a small-time gem trader who had fallen into bad company. His suave manner and languid Italian accent made it difficult to gauge his sincerity. The calmness in his eyes betrayed neither fear nor contrition, only a quiet confidence that he might slip the noose, as though he had danced with the law enough times to know the steps. Meanwhile, the forensic onslaught continued. At the vault, specialists measured and remeasured every lock, every hinge, and every scorched wire. They found minute scratch marks on the combination dial, consistent with sophisticated manipulation by an expert locksmith. The motion sensors had been cleverly blinded with improvised shields. Even the biometric scanners, considered nearly foolproof, showed evidence of tampering so expert that no alarm had sounded. It was an unsettling testament to the skill of these thieves. They had not just robbed the vault, but done so in a way that mocked the very concept of unbreachable. For the Diamond Centre's owners, it was a catastrophic blow to their reputation. Clients began to question the security measures they had once taken for granted, and some threatened legal action to recoup their losses. Insurance companies, facing unprecedented claims, flooded the building with their own investigators, each determined to prove negligence on the part of the vault's operators to minimize payouts. In the midst of this chaos, the Belgian authorities had to juggle private demands, international pressures, and media scrutiny that grew more intense with each passing day. Amid these swirling dramas, Leonardo's name came to symbolize the near superhuman cunning of the thieves. As he languished in pre-trial detention, journalists fought to unearth any scrap of personal detail about him. A few found that he had grown up in an unremarkable neighborhood near Turin, known for petty crime and struggling families. Others insisted he was the scion of an older Italian family with a long history of questionable trades. Still others suggested that he belonged to no particular background at all, but was a wanderer who had drifted across Europe honing his illicit craft. Regardless, the name Notar Bartolo became synonymous with the ultimate infiltration, something that appealed to the imagination of the public. Even as the case proceeded, the sensational tales overshadowed the quieter question of the stolen diamonds themselves. Where had they gone? As the weeks turned into months, investigators felt the pressure mount. The Diamond District's major players wanted to know whether any of the stolen gems could be recovered. Rumours claimed that the School of Turin had successfully smuggled the diamonds out of Europe, dispersing them across the globe within days. Others hypothesized that they had been sold to unscrupulous diamond merchants in the Middle East or Asia, laundered until their origins were all but impossible to trace. A handful of investigators believed a portion of the loot might still be hidden somewhere in Belgium, awaiting an opportune moment for retrieval. After all, it's challenging to fence such a colossal haul in a single transaction. Dividing it into smaller parcels might have been the group's strategy, requiring a safe stash for the interim. This uncertainty only deepened when the authorities realized that the total reported loss, sometimes quoted at over $100 million, was nearly impossible to verify. Different depositors made various claims about how many diamonds they had stored, and because the Diamond District operates on a delicate blend of trust and discretion, some of the deposit boxes weren't properly documented. This meant that unscrupulous owners could inflate their claims for insurance, while others might not come forward at all for fear of revealing illicitly acquired gems. The entire swirl of claims, counterclaims, and untraceable stones became an investigator's nightmare. Moreover, such confusion served the thieves perfectly. The more chaotic the official record, the easier it was for them to hide the scale of their actual theft. In the midst of these complications, Leonardo's trial began. It attracted global attention, with journalists from Italy, the UK, and the United States crowding the Belgian courthouse. Many hoped for sensational revelations, details about high-tech gadgetry, confessions naming other School of Turin members, or a romantic narrative that would explain how a small cadre of men could humiliate the Diamond District. But Leonardo proved stoic, answering questions only when it suited him. He admitted to renting the office, yes, but denied involvement in the break-in. He alluded to having been set up by unknown associates, men he refused to name. The prosecution presented evidence of his fingerprints on documents found at the crime scene, the suspicious timeline of his departure, and witness statements placing him near the vault's elevator in the days before the heist. Though the evidence was largely circumstantial, it began to paint him as the central figure, the man with unique access and knowledge. An unexpected twist emerged during the proceedings when a curious piece of footage surfaced, a decoy camera feed. Investigators discovered that on the night of the heist, several cameras in the Diamond Center had been fed looped footage, showing the hallways as empty, even as the thieves were moving through them. Yet one of the building's less publicized cameras, rumored to be an outdated backup that had never been fully integrated into the main system, recorded faint glimpses of shadowy figures crossing a corridor at odd hours. The images were grainy and the angles poor, but the silhouettes clearly carried bags or cases consistent with burglary tools. The prosecution tried to link one of these silhouettes to Leonardo's build and gait, calling in body motion experts to analyze the footage. While it wasn't the definitive smoking gun, it underscored the cunning nature of the operation. They had replaced or looped footage on all the known cameras, but apparently missed one older model that lay nearly forgotten. This detail resonated with the public's fascination, showcasing how close the thieves had come to total invisibility, and how a single oversight might cost them. But as the trial continued, it became clear that the other conspirators remained at large. Belgian authorities speculated that at least 4 other men were intimately involved, possibly more. They had code names: the genius for the electronics wizard, the monster for the locksmith, the king of keys, and Speedy, or the driver. Yet beyond rumour and partial forensic clues, the police had no solid leads on their whereabouts. Some believed they had fled to Italy. Others guessed they might be hiding in South America, where an illicit diamond market could allow them to slip away from the scrutiny of European law enforcement. Every time that a policeman in Antwerp or Turin felt close to a breakthrough, the evidence dissolved into rumour, or a tip turned out to be a dead end. It was as though the ghosts of that night had vanished into the labyrinth of the international underworld, leaving Leonardo as the only publicly identified culprit. In time, a verdict was handed down. Leonardo was found guilty of involvement in the heist, though not definitively proven to be the sole mastermind, and received a hefty prison sentence. As he was led away in handcuffs, a flurry of camera flashes and shouted questions from reporters drowned out any final words he might have muttered. In the ensuing weeks, he filed appeals, protesting that the investigation had pinned the entire crime on him, while letting the real orchestrators escape. Few in the Diamond District had sympathy. For the depositors who had lost fortunes, or believed they had, Leonardo stood as the face of their ruin. Yet the question of the missing diamonds lingered, overshadowing even his incarceration. Insurance agencies fumed at the lack of recovery. Rumours swirled that most of the gems were still in circulation, passing from one shady broker to another. No trove of stolen diamonds had surfaced in any official raid, and no dramatic stash had been unearthed in a secret warehouse. The brilliance of the operation lay in that final twist. Stealing was only half the job. Successfully fencing or hiding the haul was equally critical, and on that front it appeared the thieves had excelled. Over time, investigators uncovered conflicting accounts of exactly how the infiltration was achieved. Some believed a rogue security employee had sold the building's schematics and safe codes to the thieves. Others posited that Leonardo himself had planted micro-cameras in the vault corridor weeks earlier, capturing hours of footage on guard rotations and keypad entries. A competing theory suggested that the group used a meticulously forged master key for the vault door, an artifact of espionage-level skill. Each new revelation added another layer to the mythology, fueling a wave of public interest in what was already one of the most talked-about robberies of the decade. Documentarians and true crime writers descended upon Antwerp, interviewing local shopkeepers, guards, and jewelers. Everyone had a story about that mysterious Italian man who came and went with a polite smile, or about seeing odd workers in the hallway at strange hours. In the Diamond District, an almost superstitious awe developed around the name School of Turin. Some whispered that these thieves weren't mere criminals, but savants in the arts of infiltration, a secretive society of locksmiths and electronics experts who spent years perfecting ways to defeat unbreakable systems. The district's merchants, spooked by the breach, poured money into new security measures. The vault was upgraded with even more sophisticated technology, biometric scanners that read not just fingerprints but subdermal vein patterns, seismic sensors that triggered multiple redundant alarms, and brand new camera systems with layers of encryption. Guards underwent specialized training, learning to detect the slightest anomalies in daily operations. Yet even as the Diamond District modernized its defenses, a lingering sense of vulnerability remained. For the theft had proven that no vault, no matter how sophisticated, was truly invulnerable to human ingenuity. As for Leonardo, he served out his sentence in Belgium, weaving a labyrinth of appeals and partial confessions. In one interview, he hinted that the job had netted a fraction of what the media claimed. that sensational reports of our $100 million haul were inflated. In another conversation, he boasted that the real figure was far higher and that the stolen diamonds would never be seen again, locked away in the secret safes of powerful underworld figures. Over time, the lines between fact and bravado blurred. When he was eventually released, he returned to Italy under restrictive conditions, continuing to deny he had ever personally cracked a single lock. Whether by design or genuine ignorance, he refused to give up the names or fates of his alleged co-conspirators. The story continued to fascinate. Forensic experts published papers on the Antwerp method, analysing how advanced security systems could be circumvented by low-tech but ingeniously applied devices, mirrors to trick cameras, custom-shaped plastic to shield motion detectors, and carefully spliced wires to fool the vault's alarm boards. Security conferences showcased slides of the Diamond Center's compromised circuits, warning attendees that even the most robust defenses are only as strong as their weakest point. The phrase "lessons of Antwerp" became a shorthand among professional security consultants, a cautionary tale that propelled a new wave of innovation in vault and alarm design. Yet the question of the missing loot lingered like an unsolved riddle. Some believed that the majority of diamonds were quietly recut and sold through legitimate channels worldwide, their individual identities erased by skilled gem cutters who specialized in laundering stolen stones. Others insisted that the School of Turin had buried a portion of the haul in a safe house or farmland, intending to retrieve it only when the heat died down. A few skeptics theorized that internal parties in the Diamond District might have staged the robbery to cover other illicit activities, and that Leonardo was merely a scapegoat. The official narrative remained that he and his unknown associates orchestrated the world's largest diamond theft and vanished with the spoils. No subsequent arrests ever fully unraveled that mystery. Belgian authorities, admitting frustration, occasionally reopened minor leads or cross-referenced new arrests in Italy and elsewhere, hoping to find a link. But the men behind the infiltration had melted away, like shadows dissolving at dawn. In the Diamond District itself, memories of the heist continued to colour everyday life. For years, older jewellers would remark on the day they discovered the vault's breach, describing the eerie quiet in the corridors and the stunned disbelief on the faces of security personnel. Some long-time traders left the business, citing stress and the erosion of trust. Others doubled down, refortifying their safes and building relationships with clients who still believed in Antwerp as the capital of legitimate diamond trade. Younger dealers who arrived in the district after the heist heard the tale like a fireside legend, equal parts cautionary story and testament to the cunning extremes that criminals might reach. The entire city learned to live with that lingering sense that, though diamonds represent beauty and wealth, they also entice the boldest forms of human ambition, and sometimes that ambition finds a way. Over the years, documentary crews and investigative journalists tried to track down rumors of the missing diamonds. One popular rumor circulated that a broker in Hong Kong had received a large shipment of suspiciously well-cut stones matching descriptions of those from Antwerp. Another claimed that some of the stolen jewels had surfaced in Dubai, quickly flipped through shell companies. Each time, local authorities scrambled to verify these tips, but no definitive link was ever confirmed. The largest portion of the haul seemed destined to remain an enigma, hidden in the labyrinthine pathways of the international black market. This realization left insurers fuming and policyholders resentful, leading to protracted legal battles in which each side sought to prove or disprove the exact contents of the stolen deposit boxes. In the end, many claims were settled quietly, with NDAs binding the depositors to secrecy. The Diamond Center's owners undertook an exhaustive review of their security protocols, vowing never again to be taken by surprise. Meanwhile, Leonardo Notarbartolo became something of a folk legend within certain circles. In corners of the underworld, stories circulated about how he had single-handedly orchestrated every detail of the break-in, from forging magnetic keys to memorizing guard schedules. Other tales insisted he was just a cog in a larger machine, a willing frontman for a consortium of wealthy interests that sought to manipulate diamond prices. Still others romanticized him as a modern-day rogue, a figure who exposed the vulnerabilities of the system while making off with a fortune. To the Belgian authorities, however, he was a convicted criminal who refused to name his accomplices or reveal the whereabouts of stolen property. Whenever pressed on the matter, he would offer that same knowing smile, as though he held an unspoken secret close to his chest. In reflective moments, one might consider how the Antwerp diamond heist shaped the conversation around international gem trading. It forced dealers, security firms, and governments to grapple with the reality that no technology is foolproof. Human creativity, especially when fueled by ambition and meticulous planning, can outmaneuver even the most advanced alarms. This idea sent ripples far beyond the city of Antwerp, influencing policy debates on security clearances, ID checks, and the adoption of more sophisticated surveillance networks. Some argued that the heist exemplified a new era of transnational crime, where small, highly skilled groups could exploit global supply chains and vanish with fortunes. Others maintained it was a singular event, a perfect storm of timing, planning, and a little luck. Either way, the legacy remained. In the years that followed, the School of Turin became as much myth as reality. A handful of arrests in other countries were briefly linked to the same group, but no definitive proof emerged. Interpol occasionally circulated bulletins referencing the possibility that one or more members might surface. Still, the aliases used, the monster, the genius, the driver, remained ghostly legends in law enforcement databases. Beyond speculation, lawmen had little to show for their efforts. As for Leonardo, he occasionally popped up in niche interviews or was spotted living quietly in Italy. Some stories said he ran a small cafe, others that he'd invested in legitimate businesses with money that might or might not have come from the heist. If that was true, he kept his head down, mindful that too much attention could rekindle official scrutiny or invite the envy of criminal competitors. Meanwhile, the Diamond District continued to hum with commerce, its traders buying and selling stones of every cut and clarity, forging deals that spanned continents. The vault that once stood as an icon of security was rebuilt and retrofitted with a labyrinth of new defences. Tourism in Antwerp carried on. People came to see the medieval architecture, indulge in Belgian waffles, and perhaps buy a little jewellery in the place known as the diamond capital of the world. Yet in the back of their minds, or at least in the whispered recollections of locals, the memory of that unsolved theft lingered, a testament to the time when the unthinkable happened, and thieves outsmarted the city built on brilliant gems. Years rolled by, and with them came new cases, new mysteries, and fresh headlines that temporarily overshadowed the Antwerp heist. But the story never quite faded. Journalists revisited it whenever a new detail trickled out or an anniversary approached. They interviewed experts who dissected the break-in step by step, marveling at how each barrier was quietly neutralized. Books were written, documentary films produced, each attempting to piece together the puzzle from different angles. The fascination was persistent. Here was a tale of modern cunning that matched any classic burglary novel or old-world legend of cat burglars scaling castle walls. It reminded people that even in an age of lasers, biometric scanners, and digital safeguards, a determined group of specialists could slip through the cracks with enough patience and skill. And so, in the final balance, the Antwerp diamond heist became more than just a theft. It morphed into a cultural touchstone, a parable about the limits of security, the depths of human ingenuity, and the allure of precious stones that have, for centuries, sparked both admiration and avarice. To walk through the Diamond District now is to step into a realm that wears an invisible scar, a reminder that behind every gleaming display case lies the memory of vault doors once pried open in the night. For the dealers who lost valuables, for the guards who questioned their training, and for the investigators who sifted through reams of evidence, the story remains an unfinished chapter. And for those who stand in awe of it all, historians, criminologists, or curious travelers peering into the district's guarded entrances, there is an irresistible pull in imagining the dark corridors lit by a single flashlight beam, the whisper of well-rehearsed thieves slipping past sensors, and the hush that follows a perfect crime. Even now, many questions endure. Did the thieves fully anticipate the chaotic environment their heist would unleash, pitting insurers against depositors in a cloud of unverified claims? Did they manage to fence every diamond, or does a secret stash remain buried in a farmhouse basement somewhere in Europe, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge? Was Leonardo truly the mastermind, or just a convenient scapegoat for a deeper, more intricate conspiracy? These lingering uncertainties only heighten the legend. In Antwerp's cafes, older residents sometimes share rumour-laden anecdotes about glimpses of men who might have been part of the team, or about local gamblers who suddenly came into suspicious fortunes around that time. There is no proof in these recollections, only a kaleidoscope of speculation that blends seamlessly with the city's historical tapestry. When all is considered, Leonardo's arrest, the partial forensic evidence, the global fruitless hunt for stolen gems, the Antwerp diamond heist stands as a testament to a rarefied skill set that even the best security minds struggle to comprehend. In the hush of that winter night, while the city slept under leaden clouds, a handful of men walked into a fortress and departed with an untold fortune, leaving behind only scraps of wiring, a few smears on the walls, and a vault whose sanctity had been forever shattered. The aftermath was a mosaic of alarm, intrigue, and grudging admiration for the audacity on display. Today, it remains one of those singular events that remind us how fragile even our most carefully guarded assets can be in the face of relentless human determination. And so the story ends on an unfinished note, as so many great mysteries do. The Diamond District continues to sparkle under the Belgian sun, its windows filled with stones that catch the light in mesmerizing patterns. Guards patrol, cameras watch, and new technologies promise ever greater layers of protection. Still, the memory of that one fateful night lingers in the corners and corridors, a soft whisper that no system is beyond the reach of imagination and risk. For some, that truth is unsettling. For others, it merely reaffirms that the world of diamonds, like every world built on beauty and illusion, is ripe with contradictions. The brilliance of a gemstone set against the darkness of the human appetite for fortune at any cost. And there, in that tension, the legend of the Antwerp diamond heist continues to glow, reflecting not just in the city's gem-laden showcases, but in the quiet knowledge that somewhere, someone still holds the key to what truly happened beneath Antwerp's streets on that cold winter night.